Wang Ping'an couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, Feng Yang's words replayed in his head. The real question eating at him was whether he should push to merge Shen Group into Cryant. If he did, the fallout would be massive. Shen Group was thriving. Investors kept knocking, and every distribution channel looked bright. But if he moved everything under Cryant conglomerate's umbrella right now, at this exact moment, the Shen Group name would vanish. The next morning, he and boss Wang walked into Cryant conglomerate's offices. Feng Yang took one look at him and nearly flinched. Damn, those bags under your eyes are rough. You didn't sleep at all? Oh, that's rich coming from you. How exactly was I supposed to sleep with this hanging over me? Wang Ping'an's voice had an edge to it. Then he said he'd accept Feng Yang's proposal and merge Shen Group into Cryant. Only one condition: the Shen Group name had to survive. Beyond that, he wanted nothing. Done. Cryant and Shen Group run on completely different systems anyway. I'm planning to spin your team off into its own studio. Feng Yang laid it out. The media division would have 2 studios, each with a different focus. Both would handle development, but one would operate as Cryant and the other as Shen Group, developing separate projects on separate tracks. Core teams and staffing wouldn't change. Anyone who wanted to stay could stay. Anyone who didn't, no hard feelings. A clean break mattered more than anything. The company couldn't stomach even a whisper of bad press. Those were the baseline protections, so from here on out, every move had to be deliberate. So what do we call our network? Boss Wang honestly hadn't thought about it. Feng Yang hadn't brought it up either, but now, at this crossroads, the name was suddenly non-negotiable. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's call it Murdoch Media. Feng Yang said the name sounded solid, easy to remember, had a certain weight, and no one would stumble over it. Alright. That's the name. Boss Wang decided right there. Murdoch felt right to him. Heart. Putting heart into everything, building every project with intention. Sure, their first title was bought from someone else. Didn't matter. They had a solid development team. They'd climb fast enough. Then let's get the registration moving. As for our project, it's already migrated into the database. Once your media infrastructure is ready, we go public. Feng Yang said once Love Island hit, it would dominate the market. Only 2 things absolutely couldn't fail: infrastructure maintenance and the payment system. Payment system. That idea was foreign to Boss Wang. He had no clue what payment meant in this context. You're saying people can spend money inside a project? Wang Ping'an asked. His original plan was a free project. That was the fastest way to pull in an audience. Free projects still have to eat development costs alone. We've already sunk 3 million in. Feng Yang told them that 3 million didn't touch operating expenses or infrastructure costs. The real money went to labor and maintenance. So the project itself is free, other things cost money. That's reasonable. That's standard. And the most important piece, free had to be genuinely accessible for everyone. This project wasn't targeting a niche. If it were only for a small group, they wouldn't have this many headaches. They needed to hold on to every audience segment. Hearing this, Wang Ping'an and Boss Wang called an all-hands meeting on the spot. Most of Shen Group's employees had no idea what was happening. They just followed everyone else over to see Ryan. It wasn't until they saw the senior leadership all in one room that they exhaled a little. Then his VP, Wang Ping'an's most trusted man, spoke up. Mr. Wang, we've got a problem. People are grumbling downstairs. Nobody wants a merger. We're the same as Cryant. We're restructuring into Murdoch Media. Nobody's buying us out. Wang Ping'an's words filtered down fast, settling the room. Truth was, they weren't as agitated as expected. Most said they'd follow whatever call came from the top. Hello, Everyone. I'm Feng Yang. You probably don't know my name yet. That's fine, because our story is just getting started. Feng Yang smiled as he greeted them. The employees were openly curious. None of them had ever seen a chairman this young before arriving. Most of the veterans had already figured out that their new chairman was Feng Yang. The moment he finished speaking, applause broke out. Everyone in this room is core talent, from Cryan and from Shun Group. The reason we're founding Murdoch is to reshape the media age with heart. Feng Yang said their future wouldn't end at Love Island. Communications, web development, information technology, all of it was in play, but right now, all hands were on project development, and he'd already mapped out every concrete step. Boss Wang handed out printed copies of the plan. Their first operational strategy for Love Island. Right now, our gear and our capabilities can only reach this level. I know a lot of you are seriously talented. Soon enough, you'll get to put that talent to work. It wasn't that Feng Yang didn't want to overhaul the whole project. It was that today's technology couldn't handle it. If he dropped software and concepts from 20 years in the future into this era, the hardware would be the first thing to die. This was an enormous pie. Nobody could swallow it in one bite. There was still too much to build, and the one variable they couldn't dodge was audience demand, so Feng Yang hadn't locked in detailed plans for all of that. He didn't want his employees turning into soulless machines. They needed basic judgment of their OWN in the early stages, though. He'd review every project personally. If something fell short, he'd say so. Mr. Feng, I've read through the plan. I think it's solid. The VP stood to show his support, then offered his take. Since paid content was the focus, it needed more variety. The number of purchasable items was clearly too low. Too low? Feng Yang's smile was faint. Which aspect are you looking at? Take this spirit of life, for example, 0.5% creation rate, but the price is only $5, so I only need to spend $50 to refine one. That's way too cheap. It won't create any real gap between spenders. You're missing something, Feng Yang said. The creation rate for Spirit of Life is fixed, but refinement isn't guaranteed at 100%. The VP's expression shifted. That changed everything. If refinement could fail, then the real cost wasn't $50. It could be double, triple more. The gap between spenders and free users would widen naturally, driven by probability, not by an obvious paywall. And users would chase it anyway. Feng Yang watched the room absorb the implication. He didn't need to explain further. These were sharp people. They'd already started doing the math in their heads, and he could see the moment it clicked. The quiet nods, the exchanged glances. This was how you built a system that felt fair while keeping the lights on. Wang Ping'an leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. He still looked exhausted, but something in his posture had loosened. All right, he said. Let's build it. The meeting ran another 2 hours. They tore into every line of the monetization plan, debated creation rates, argued over pricing tiers. By the end, Boss Wang's whiteboard was a mess of numbers and arrows, and the VP had volunteered to run the first round of simulations. As people filed out, Feng Yang caught Wang Ping'an by the door. Get some sleep tonight. Wang Ping'an snorted. Yeah. We'll see. But as he walked toward the elevator, his phone buzzed. A message from his VP. The Shun Group team was already setting up workstations in their new space. Wang Ping'an stared at the screen for a long moment. Then he pocketed the phone and stepped into the elevator, the doors sliding shut behind him. The Shun Group name wasn't going anywhere, neither was he. The vice president heard those words and it finally clicked. Chen Cheng had thought everything through, start to finish. Standing there, he felt like a complete idiot. How had he not understood something so simple? It was humiliating. Still, Your suggestion had merit, so here's what we're going to do. You'll take charge of developing the paid items. Remember, we're here to make money, but we can't look like we're desperate for it. Chen Cheng explained that this type of online game would draw a massive player base the second it launched. IT was breaking new ground by introducing competitive multiplayer for the first time, something single-player games could never offer. And that was exactly the advantage that would flip the entire gaming landscape on its head. With that edge, Chen Cheng knew he could push in a lot of directions, maybe even straight into research and development. Gaming is a new venture. As long as we leverage our strengths the right way, there won't be any problems. Chen Cheng clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and announced they'd start rolling out a punchcard attendance system for each department, effective today. The salary standards were about to change. Equal treatment wasn't possible. People brought different specialties to the table. The true experts and the ones contributing the most had to be separated from everyone else. When the new pay scale hit, people realized something was off. For some, the salary jumps were massive, great for the ones getting raises. Most people's pay stayed flat, no movement at all. But for the deadweight positions, Chen Cheng had slashed their salaries across the board. Mr. Chen, my office is chaos. Employees are threatening to walk out. They won't accept these changes to their pay. The vice president walked up to Chen Cheng, looking helpless. He hadn't expected this on day one. Relax. Tell them everything was done according to company policy. If they can't accept it, they can come straight to me. Chen Cheng made it clear that wasn't the only option. If they had a valid reason, he'd listen. But if their reason got shot down, that meant they were ignoring company rules, and he had every right to fire them or lay them off. After that announcement, employees flooded Chen Cheng's office. They stood in front of the two managers, complaining about how unfair the new salaries were and how they couldn't accept it. Your reason? Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow. You can't give me nothing and expect me to change a standard I've already set. Our reason is that we put in the work too, the logistics department head said. Even though we're logistics, we participated in every project. His own salary had been cut by 500, and his staff had taken even bigger hits. We're a tech company. As logistics, how much actual technical expertise do you have? Chen Cheng laid it out plainly. He needed people skilled in networking. If someone was in logistics, they had to have deep knowledge of computers and networks, but just knowing wasn't enough. They needed to be proficient. A lot of the project team members have been picking up your slack, so there's nothing wrong with deducting from your pay and adding it to theirs, is there? Chen Cheng hit the nail on the head. If he wanted to lay off all the deadweight, he could do it in one clean sweep. To him, they were useless, but he didn't do that. Some people were still needed for minor tasks, though honestly, he figured hiring a few custodians would be more efficient. Who says we can't do anything? We can learn, the logistics head insisted. He told Chen Cheng he'd graduated from a top university and couldn't accept this outcome, and even if he could, his subordinates wouldn't. Fine. I'll give you a 1-month probation period. I'm planning to merge logistics into customer service, network maintenance, and game maintenance. If you have any specialized skills, now's your chance to prove it. Chen Cheng waved his hand. Any other questions? Most people had none. Chen Cheng had pinpointed every single one of their problems with surgical precision, but some still weren't convinced. They walked out of the company with their heads held high. Chen Cheng didn't stop them. He announced to all employees that anyone who left would never be rehired. If you walk out while we're under pressure, you don't get to share in the company's glory later. He then told Wang Jinlong and Zhong Mang it was time to start recruiting. Anyone with talent and real industry expertise would get the best pay and benefits to convince them to jump ship and join from now on. Chen Cheng knew he was going to own the entire internet scene. But there was one thing he couldn't handle on his own. He needed to connect with a certain company, the service gateway, the account platform. Neither Zhongmang's Mango nor Wang Jinlong's Giant could handle a user base this large. And their registration process was way too complicated. If they rolled it out without creating derivatives, the whole system would collapse. So Chen Cheng decided to abandon those platforms. The login process wasn't just about having an account. Accounts needed to be multi-purpose, versatile. It would even impact future developments. Virtual currency didn't exist yet and was only reflected in in-game transactions, but it was coming online soon. He wasn't about to miss that opportunity. Namju is a great place. Finding the right people here is way too easy. Chen Cheng calculated his available funds. If he converted everything to US dollars, he might come up short of 10 million. Actually, Tencent's stock price at IPO wasn't high. With 100,000, he could buy nearly 18,000 shares, a decent percentage. Of course, stable investments weren't as wild as Huafeng's. So Chen Cheng planned to invest 10 million US dollars directly. He'd have to think carefully about how to manage that kind of money. Tencent's market cap was only 2 billion at the time. 10 million would get him 5% equity. I need to see Mr. Liu. Chen Cheng gave Wang Jinlong a heads up, then called Yulong. He needed Liu Xiaolong's contact info. This was critical. Whether his vision could push Tencent forward depended entirely on whether he and Liu Xiaolong could see eye to eye. Liu Xiaolong was a true business genius, a legitimate graduate from America. Under his management, Tencent had just gone public. If Chen Cheng's predictions held, acquisitions and mergers were next. After all, within a year, Tencent would hit a revolutionary peak that would define the entire internet era. No one saw it coming. No one can predict how much a year can change things, but Chen Cheng knows exactly. He launched himself from rock bottom into a blinding ascent, and his capital multiplied just as fast. In this world, money talks. A man who can casually drop a few $100,000 isn't common. Let alone someone worth $1 billion, and he still needs to pull another $1 billion out of Latin America. If he were valued right now, Chen Cheng would already be on the rich list. But that's paper wealth. Give it a few years. A decade, and Tencent's stock will be a different beast. $1 billion now could turn into $100 billion or more. Chen Cheng, I can set up the meeting with General Manager Liu. But I've got to warn you, he's not your average guy. You piss him off, it's not going to end well. Yu Long was worried Chen Cheng's temper would flare and he'd start lecturing the man. That kind of mistake was fatal in business. Everyone has their own perspective. Shoving your own agenda down someone's throat crosses the line. That evening, Chen Cheng and Yu Long waited at the Mingju Hotel for Liu Xiaolong to arrive. President Yu, I heard you've got a mystery guest tonight who's supposed to blow my mind. Let me guess. Liu Xiaolong knew Yu Long well. They ran in the same Mingju circles. When he spotted Chen Cheng, Liu Xiaolong's eyes widened, but he recovered fast. General Manager Liu, I've heard a lot about you. Chen Cheng stood and greeted him. Basic protocol. At the very least, a strong first impression was essential to keep the conversation going. CEO Chen, your reputation precedes you. You've been making moves all over Mingju, haven't you? The internet industry wasn't huge. Everyone knew about the Giant acquisition and the Mango merger. Chen Cheng gave a faint smile, brushing it off as nothing compared to Liu Xiaolong's achievements. Let's cut to the chase. I want to partner with Tencent. I'm ready to invest. He laid it out. His company had a game ready to launch through Tencent's portal, and he also wanted to handle Tencent's derivative products. So your angle, are you trying to buy into us, or coexist with us? Liu Xiaolong wasn't against the idea, but any cooperation with Tencent needed a real plan. Taking a stake wasn't the issue, but if Sini grew strong enough to rival them later, that'd be a threat. He couldn't agree to an investment outright, and he couldn't propose a takeover, either. My goal is coexistence. Give me access to Tencent's portal, and I'll build my products on your platform. Chen Cheng had run all the angles before he walked in. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he couldn't let Tencent swallow him up, and he didn't have the power to acquire Tencent. In some ways, their interests collided. If all you want is to lease the portal, we can agree on a price, but beyond that, there's not much to talk about. Liu Xiaolong didn't spell it out. He knew Chen Cheng was smart enough not to try anything foolish, so Chen Cheng had already worked through every scenario. Have Tencent invest in his company, then launch a business alliance under his own banner. Tencent would collect dividends while his shares kept growing. But independent operations meant minimal interference from Tencent, and the final say stayed with Chen Cheng. But the situation had shifted. Chen Cheng was planning to step down, only as a free agent could he bridge the two companies without violating any principles. Actually, there's a simple fix. You step down as president of Sini and avoid any official activities on their behalf. Liu Xiaolong said that was the cleanest outcome. Without decision-making power, Chen Cheng would effectively leave Sini behind. Tencent would lose a competitor and gain Chen Cheng's capital for development. $1 billion wasn't small money, it would buy a solid 5% stake. No problem. I agree. Chen Cheng answered without hesitation. He met the conditions and only needed to sign a shareholder agreement. CEO Chen, you're straightforward. I didn't misjudge you. Liu Xiaolong made a quick call to his secretary. He didn't feel the need to explain his decisions. His subordinates would execute. The rest of the evening passed pleasantly between them. Honestly, Liu Xiaolong thought that if Chen Cheng had stepped onto the scene 5 years earlier, the entire landscape would look different. The guy had too many sharp ideas. Liu almost wondered if he'd studied abroad. He hadn't. Chen Cheng admitted he'd only gone to a domestic university. There was no point lying to veterans like these. Sometimes covering up just annoyed them. As your status rises, the people and circles you deal with change. That was only natural. No one was stupid. Chen Cheng had left his old habits behind with real industry backing him. No one cared whether he was a famous overseas returnee. That was ancient history. How about this? Tomorrow I'll have you visit Tencent headquarters. Look around. If nothing else gets in the way, we'll sign the contract. Liu Xiaolong raised his glass with a smile, confessing he hadn't let loose like this in a long time. Everything moved so fast that Yu Long was stunned. He never imagined Chen Cheng could connect with Liu Xiaolong in just a few sentences and lock down a deal. He'd never seen that kind of efficiency. He knew how picky Liu Xiaolong was about people, and Liu never wasted time on anyone without real ability. Chen Cheng had the advantage on both counts. At least for now, he had the upper hand. Brother Chen, I think we need to discuss our partnership, too. After Liu left, Yu Long spoke up, sincere for the first time. Sure. We'll stick with the original plan. Merge the companies. As for the titles, you decide. Both locations were equally prime real estate. Having one as headquarters and the other as a branch wouldn't work. For any partnership to work, one side had to bend. Whether that would be Wang Ping'an or Fengyang was still an open question. We need to restructure this partnership. My reservations are gone. Wang Ping'an's tone had done a complete 180. He wasn't going to overthink this. The opportunities were right in front of him. Turning them down would be pointless. Feng Yang was the hottest commodity in the city right now. Passing on a deal with him would be a mistake he'd never stop regretting. You're not wrong. The market is reshaping everything. I hope you're ready. Feng Yang didn't bring up money. Resource sharing wasn't something you measured in cash. The way things were moving, even if Feng Yang hadn't pushed, Wang Ping'an would have been the first to act. I can't wait any longer. Honestly, we're out of time to sit around thinking. If I have to rename my investment firm, I'll do it. Wang Ping'an's decision wasn't impulsive. He knew exactly what Feng Yang represented. Feng Yang's strength was unmatched. Aligning with him was a turning point, and Wang Ping'an could feel it. No need to change the name. We just reconfigure the structure. Feng Yang suggested the investment firm didn't have to operate as the sole headquarters. The branches in the other region and the city could share equal standing. Besides, the name had been around for too long. Changing it now wouldn't accomplish anything. Wang Ping'an's expression relaxed. If he had been forced into a name change, the obstacles would have been endless. His deputy would push back, even the staff would resist. Brother Feng, you're my good luck charm. You just wiped out half my problems. Wang Ping'an grasped Feng Yang's hand. His voice shook. People like Feng Yang were rare, especially someone with instincts that sharp. Let's skip the complicated procedures. We'll sign the contract directly. Restrictions are for small minds, Feng Yang said. Professionals operate on contracts and legal protections. And so Wang Ping'an signed a lifetime contract with Feng Yang. Put simply, as long as Feng Yang stayed solvent, those securities would remain untouched. There was one exception, a financial collapse big enough to swallow the entire securities and stock market, but the odds of that were laughable. Nobody would willingly trigger that kind of disaster. No one wasted breath on that, but while some celebrated, others were already bleeding. The most worried was the customer manager. He stared at the director. Intense silence. Don't look so grim. Try a little optimism. The director gave a faint smile but said nothing else. As far as he was concerned, Feng Yang had just pulled a slick move. As long as Feng Yang held no physical assets inside the city, he wasn't a real threat. Complaining now was useless. The only way to grab control of the industry, or force Feng Yang out for good, was to plan something far more deliberate. By the way, isn't your brother still on the outside? Have him pull off something major. In the customer manager's view, the only way to settle this was with dirty tactics. Removing Feng Yang would be the cleanest solution, but someone would have to take the fall. And the best candidate was the director's brother, Hude. You mean Hude? No chance. Old Jiang shut it down flat. It was a disastrous idea. He would never let his brother take that kind of risk again. Last time, his brother's carelessness had caused a catastrophe. If Feng Yang hadn't shown mercy, his brother would still be rotting in a cell. So you think economic crimes are that hard to prove? Once you cross that line, every step leaves a stain on your record. The customer manager's tone was dismissive. You had to be ruthless. If you didn't strike, the big opportunity slipped through your fingers. You think I don't know that? You're asking the wrong person. I'd pay a stranger before I let Hude put himself in danger again. Old Jiang was crystal clear. He would not shove his brother into the fire a second time, but the customer manager was a different breed. Given an opening, he'd try to buy Hude off with cash. Hude had never seen that kind of money in his life. He wasn't starving, but the gap between him and the upper class was a canyon, different world entirely, and no one crossed it overnight. Well said, but I'm telling you, if you don't make a move, pretty soon nobody in the city will take you in. The customer manager's reply was ice cold. Some people were willing to do this work, Some weren't. It wasn't up to him. If Feng Yang had just left the city, everything would be fine. But Feng Yang had stayed worse. He'd locked in a lifetime partnership with the customer manager's boss. That alone felt like a knife twisting in his gut. I'll think it over. This isn't something you pull off in an afternoon. Fine, take all the time you need. The night's long, and you're the one who'll suffer, not me. The customer manager laughed with open arrogance, as if he were lecturing a fool. Feng Yang didn't have to wait long. This time, General Manager Liu respected their partnership enough to go all out. Using this car to pick you up, impressive, right? General Manager Liu greeted Feng Yang from the passenger seat. He hadn't taken the back seat this time. That erased any question about who held the higher position. Thank you, Brother Liu. Feng Yang smiled and climbed in at the driver's gesture. We'll reach our factory building soon. You're not going anywhere else today. You're spending the whole day inspecting our company. General Manager Liu handed him a notebook. He said Feng Yang should be upfront and note anything he thought needed improvement. Once the contract took effect, Feng Yang would be a shareholder of the factory, with full authority to enforce his rights. That works for me, thank you. Feng Yang took the notebook with a smile. He'd never met a partner who took things this seriously. A 10-minute drive brought them to the factory building. It looked nothing like what he had pictured. You know, the logo is still the original. No changes at all, Liu Xiaolong said. Chen Cheng already knew the company wouldn't rebrand until after 2008. The Penguin's influence had grown large enough. It was time to expand internationally, slowly and strategically. Let me introduce our new chairman, Chairman Chen. Say hello, everyone. Liu Xiaolong walked ahead, gesturing for the front desk staff to greet him. Good morning, Chairman Chen. The two receptionists smiled and nodded, their tone crisp with respect. Good. You're the first impression this company makes. Choose your words carefully when you greet people. Chen Cheng strode straight into the office area. So this was what the company looked like in 2005. He'd never seen it before. The entire enterprise had already taken shape, ready to take off. 3,000 employees in this building. Didn't expect that, did you? Chen Cheng shook his head. No, I didn't, but it makes sense. We need to keep opening branch offices. It was simple. Point one, headquarters couldn't handle everything, and talent wasn't confined to Mingju. The East and the North both offered major advantages. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about later. Liu Xiaolong had been planning this for a while. With the company's current resources, expanding everywhere wasn't a stretch. Real estate prices were low. They could even lease an entire industrial park as office space. The real question was where to develop. Where was the real potential? Shanghai. Liu Xiaolong tested the waters. Shanghai was the modern metropolis. It would thrive there, no question, but not just Shanghai. Songju had promised too that they'd take both. Chen Cheng explained that the two locations could complement each other. They weren't far apart as transportation got faster and easier. They might not even need flights. Here's how we're playing it today. MA is out. He told me to let you experience a day as chairman. Meeting's about to start. Everyone's waiting for you. The whole idea was Liu Xiaolong's. After meeting Chen Cheng yesterday, he'd talked it through with MA, and they'd agreed immediately. This was about giving Chen Cheng real authority so he could use his strengths, and Liu Xiaolong could see firsthand what made this guy different. Everyone, this is our new chairman, Chen Cheng. Let's give him a warm welcome. Every head in the room turned, eyes full of curiosity. They'd been wondering why MA was late. Now they knew. A new chairman had arrived. I'm Chen Cheng. Good to meet you all. He smiled and sat down, then gestured to the department heads beside him. Time to start presenting. They dove into products aimed at current internet users. A revolution in chat software, plain and simple. We've been running trials for 2 years. The interface went from cluttered to clean, fully modular. I think we're ready to add a lot of new features. The original software had been just for chatting and socializing. After Liu Xiaolong acquired the country's largest chat platform, the main product had taken off. Features were already robust, not just for messaging. Even business cards had been completely revamped. I've always valued paid content, and from what I see, you should put a spotlight on the naming. Chen Cheng said paying users were a major advantage. This was mainstream chat software. It wasn't only for personal communication. Plenty of companies could use these modules to assign tasks. Everyone would see it as the new standard, and if it was already a standard, why not push it to its absolute limit? The team lead froze. That was exactly what he'd been about to say. He hadn't even reported it to his superiors yet, and Chen Cheng had guessed it. His mouth fell open for a second. Go on. Did Chairman Chen just say everything you were planning to say? Liu Xiaolong smiled, noticing his subordinate looked a bit distracted. Actually, yes. Mr. Liu, I really didn't expect Chairman Chen to know so much. What we're planning to launch is a membership system. $10 a month for extra features. He explained that the membership would separate paying customers from free users. Paying members would appear at the top of all contact lists, based on ranking, and the biggest perk, no more worrying about lost chat history. The company would allocate part of its database to store their conversations. That's excellent. A really solid suggestion. We'll adopt it. Liu Xiaolong nodded with a smile. This approach kept them from looking greedy. He'd already seen the earlier proposals. Many planners thought they should decorate the business cards. After all, it was a way to present yourself, something that reflected personal taste. I think we can go that route too. Use a free and paid model. Chen Cheng suggested turning the decorations into simple avatar models. They wouldn't eat up much database space. It was all about novelty. A lot of people used chat software with virtual identities. This was forward-thinking and would generate decent revenue. Thank you, Chairman Chen. When the team lead heard his idea accepted, he nearly beamed. He'd never felt that kind of satisfaction. Being recognized hit differently. You're welcome. I only adopted it because I believe your method can work. Chen Cheng was drawing from the model he remembered from the future. Back then, the company had made a fortune. Young people had loved it. After integrating with multiple games, it became a massive hit. Who said you couldn't chat and make friends inside games? Connecting strangers from all over the world to communicate was an incredible achievement. But the main priority remained dominating the domestic market. Plenty of competitors could still rival the company. Their chat software was aggressive too. In the early days, everyone was obsessed with development. Costs weren't that high, but few had gone public. The company was the first to step onto the global stage with internet technology. One more thing, the game we're developing is ready for internal testing. We're looking at 6 months. Once all the feedback is in and optimizations are done, we launch the open beta immediately. Liu Xiaolong leaned back, watching Chen Cheng's expression. A lot of people spent their downtime in internet cafes. For the working class, it was the cheapest form of entertainment around. Wang Ping'an made a point to visit the biggest cafe in the district during the beta test. He had no special agenda, the place was just huge, and it had plenty of machines. Yo, did you hear? There's a new game out. It's called Legend. That caught Wang Ping'an off guard. Were these regulars already in the loop? You need a beta key, though, and none of us have accounts. One of them sighed, frustrated. Anyone with an invite right now was basically treated like royalty. What are you talking about? The beta test is tied to your game account. You can sign up right now. A middle-aged man nearby had already logged in. He was one of the first players on the server. The screen looked exactly the way Wang Ping'an remembered it. Not a single detail had changed after all these years. The original legend was pure adrenaline. That word barely did it justice. A small crowd had already formed around the guy. That was the whole internet cafe vibe. If you had the hottest new game, people swarmed, whether they were playing or just watching. Holy crap, I've never seen anything like this. It looks insane. Online games with full command-based controls were rare, and the graphics were stripped down to the essentials. Even optimizing the server capacity had demanded serious work. Wang Ping'an powered up a computer and logged into his account. It was a freshly registered official tester account, so he skipped the queue and went straight in, and because he'd been a hardcore gamer in his past life, all the gameplay options were unlocked for him from the jump. If you want to keep up with society, you have to dive in head first. That saying had never been more true. The familiar music kicked in. The whole cafe erupted. They dropped a ton of activation codes today. Plenty of players had gotten their hands on the accounts they wanted. A massive 1,000-player free-for-all. The second you step outside the safe zone, you're dead. Look at all those red names. The cafe thundered with the sounds of legend battles. Players were frantically testing the game's mechanics and limits. This game was a total watershed moment. Looks like today's work wasn't for nothing. Wang Ping'an couldn't help smiling. He'd already spotted people making in-game purchases. The flashy gear stood out. Those were the players willing to drop real money, and their characters looked distinct in the crowd. That was intentional. This game is seriously addictive. The middle-aged man logged off, but he didn't want to. If he'd had more cash for the hourly fee, he would have kept playing. Hey, can I borrow your account for a while? I'll pay for a full overnight session. A younger guy rubbed his hands together, practically begging. The game had blown his mind. If he hadn't been stuck without an activation code, he wouldn't be in this mess. Yeah, whatever. No reason to say no. What was the worst that could happen from sharing a game? And it wasn't just this one cafe. Under Wang Ping'an's plan, they'd released 3,000 activation codes on the first day. One server only. The next day, they'd opened 2 more servers, aiming for a total of 5,000 codes. But by then, the early adopters would already have a significant head start. Can games really change the world? The cafe owner asked, genuinely puzzled. He knew that without games, his business wouldn't be nearly this good. Games can't change the world, but they can change a person. Wang Ping'an didn't elaborate. In the future, games would grow into something much bigger. Esports. The hype around Legend didn't die down just because most people couldn't play yet. If anything, the ones without activation codes got even more anxious. Back at the office, Wang Ping'an called an emergency meeting. He had General Manager Liu set it up, since Wang himself was only an acting chairman. If he needed real authority, Liu was the one who could make things happen. Let's hear the reports from operations and planning. Tell me what happened in the first 4 hours after the game went live. Wang Ping'an gestured toward the team on his left. During the 4-hour beta test, all 3,000 users stayed online. Not a single person has logged off so far. That was 6 hours straight. The frenzy of the beta launch hadn't even peaked. It was just getting started. WOW.to sustain that kind of momentum. General Manager Liu sucked in a breath. Wang Ping'an had built this entire thing from the ground up. The QQ team was only involved as a partner. Liu hadn't expected Wang's execution to be this ruthless. If the portal had been under Sini's own control, Liu wouldn't have been part of it at all. The partnership had worked out. He counted himself lucky. 3,000 users isn't enough, bump it to 5,000 for the beta test. Wang Ping'an insisted 5,000 was the sweet spot. Scarcity drove demand. If they flooded the market, the buzz would fizzle. It was classic hunger marketing, most people just didn't realize it yet. The planning team quickly reconfigured the portal according to Wang's instructions and released the new codes after the midnight update. That would add 2,000 more users across 3 servers. Only die-hard gamers would stay up for this on a weeknight. You see that? That's the miracle of President Wang. Sini just won a major battle today. In the Sini offices, Boss Wang and Feng Yang stared at their screens. They'd figured the payment process would be too tedious for anyone to bother. Instead, card sales had already blown past 100,000 and kept climbing. Is the gaming industry really like this? Feng Yang was at a loss for words. He never imagined a discarded game could roar back to life. Isn't it obvious? This is what we do. Boss Wang stayed calm. He hadn't lost his cool. As soon as Wang Ping'an got back, they'd throw a proper celebration for this flawless launch. Brother Wang, can I get a minute? General Manager Liu pulled Wang Ping'an aside after the meeting. He wanted to hammer out the details of their cooperation. Brother Liu, go ahead. Between us, what can't you say? Chen Cheng smiled and gestured for him to follow, leading them into a small meeting room. You've seen the industry around Legend. What do you think about us at Tencent getting exclusive agency rights? Liu Xiaolong didn't even have to finish. Chen Cheng had already guessed what was coming. Simple truth. Nobody could ignore how hot Sini was right now, and the hotter it got, the less Chen Cheng would let this independent system get swallowed by another company. He was already planning to launch his own portal during the open beta. I think we can integrate, but not as an exclusive agent. Chen Cheng explained that the game didn't fit Tencent's current roadmap. Tencent's focus was quality and art direction. Frankly, their target audience wasn't seasoned enough for a title like this. Plus, the biggest issue would be switching agents every few months. That would leave his employees with zero stability. After all, Sini just started. You can't let Tencent snuff us out right away, can you? Junior Chen, that's not fair. I'm saying we'll cover your losses. Liu Xiaolong clarified that whatever they'd invested, including projected revenue for the next year, Tencent could compensate in one lump sum. Tempting offer, but Chen Cheng wasn't stupid. He wasn't about to hand over a surefire moneymaker. 1 year. Legend could stay hot for over a decade. No problem. Not happening, but I can work within Tencent. If you give me a studio and assign those planners to me, I'll handle things. Chen Cheng told Liu Xiaolong that Tencent's goal was already clear. The best approach was to go all in. He didn't need cash. He wanted shares. Of course, this was all for Liu Xiaolong's ears. He didn't expect Liu to pass it on to President Ma. Let me think it over. But I do hope you'll remember our friendship, Junior Chen. Tencent's servers are top-notch, after all. Liu Xiaolong didn't close the door completely. He knew Chen Cheng wasn't your average businessman. Even if the world ended tomorrow, the guy wouldn't choose to cut off his own hand to feed a hawk, of course. But brother Liu, if you want us to stay in it for the long haul, you need to keep certain things straight in your head. Chen Cheng chuckled. He knew Liu Xiaolong was as sharp as he was. On this matter, neither of them would screw the other over, so he didn't need to overthink it to stay in control. Ask him what his leverage was. Everyone knew Chen Cheng was the golden boy that night. Liu Xiaolong reported the day's negotiations to his boss. As someone who sat at the same table as President Ma, he had to talk it through. What university did this Chen Cheng graduate from? I've studied market economics for years, and he knows twice as much as I do. President Ma was baffled. Everything about Chen Cheng seemed too good to be true, so I think we should accept his terms. His original goal was to become a Tencent shareholder anyway. Liu Xiaolong admitted this guy was something else. Give him 10%. I don't believe there's a talent we can't buy. President Ma was decisive. He knew exactly what he was doing. After all, in all his years of business, he'd never misjudged a person. Because of everything that happened today, Chen Cheng was dead set on one thing, and no matter what, he had to develop his own portal. Of course, everyone has their specialty. As long as he pushed the pressure down, the younger guys would step up. Good thing you're joining Tencent now, brother Chen. If we didn't have this connection, Tencent would have cut us off at the interface and crushed Sini. Wang Jinlong knew the game. Business war was exactly that. Anything threatening your company was an unstable factor. That was why so many people hated it. Now's not the time for that. Chen Cheng told Wang Jinlong the situation. Liu Xiaolong wanted him to formally step away from Sini, meaning from now on, he couldn't be the actual chairman. Then what do we do? Wang Jinlong and Zhong Mang froze before Chen Cheng showed up. They thought they were unstoppable in Mingju, but after he came, they realized how vast the gap really was. They weren't even in the same league. I'm serious. So from now on, you two are in charge. I'll transfer all official paperwork to your names. Work hard. Chen Cheng said he'd still hold shares, but no decision-making power. Of course, they could still ask him for advice on plans. If it weren't for the portal issue, Chen Cheng wouldn't have to bow his head. He could have taken down Tencent entirely. But developing a portal required investment far beyond 100 million. The day-to-day operations and maintenance were beyond what Sini could handle. There was no need to spell it out. Everyone understood. Chen Cheng had to keep his distance to keep everyone stable. Anything else to tell us? Let's have a company meeting today. Zhong Mang suggested that now was the right time. Chen Cheng's appearances would become rarer soon, maybe even non-existent. Find it, I'll teach you all about the game economy. Chen Cheng said that games were definitely a fast track for a company to rise. Sini had already tasted that success. The key now was to use a medium to solve the registration issue. We don't need our old domain, get a brand new one. Do it now. Chen Cheng said the domain matched the entire site. They also needed to use email for registration and account login. We're different from Tencent. Their chat software will take over most of the market eventually, so if we want to surprise them, we have to bypass that with this method. Of course, there were ways to do it well. Chen Cheng was determined to surpass everyone, so he put everything on the fast track. All night, every manager and mid-level employee listened in silence as Chen Cheng explained. They had never paid such close attention to any lecture, especially one that had nothing to do with school. Chen Cheng's explanations weren't dry or academic. To his team, every word felt like a lightning strike. No one rolled their eyes or called it a bad idea. They all saw him as a pioneer. The theories didn't need market testing, they could already see the results unfolding right in front of them. Legend is just one piece. Don't think a single game will own the entire market. Some users just won't vibe with it. Chen Cheng was already laying out his next project. A history-based game with cartoon-style characters built as an online multiplayer battle arena. Let's call it Journey West Online. Half the planets read Journey to the West. They'll want to play it. Back in the day, Journey to the West games had flooded the market, and every single one printed money, but this was a different era. You worked with the moment you were in. Chen Cheng had no doubts about that. We start with the art team. Zhong Mang, your crew handles that. Wang Jinlong, planning falls on you. I want both studios to deliver something bulletproof this time. Chen Cheng told them straight, if 3 of their games could hold their ground in this market, Sini wouldn't slide downhill. This fire would burn for 10 years, maybe longer, and never go out. They moved fast. Tasks were assigned, talent scouting ramped up, and all outsourced modeling was pulled in-house. The reason was simple. Until a game launched, every detail was classified, and no one else was even thinking about this space. The fields they were stepping into were the most untouched territory of the era. While competitors were still playing cards or grinding through single-player campaigns, Chen Cheng had already cracked open a new world through the internet. The future belonged to the web. The first ones to jump in would carve up the whole map. Mr. Chen, I have to ask. When you first stepped into this, what were you thinking? Zhong Mang was genuinely curious. He'd wanted to ask for a while but never found the right moment. To create a world with passion. Chen Cheng smiled, quiet and knowing that he didn't explain the words. Instead, he told Zhong Mang about how he'd started from a food factory, slowly expanding until he became a titan in the industry. 0 to dominance in just over a month. Even he sometimes felt like it was a dream, unreal. That's why I designed this game. Money making more money, that's the real path, and we don't stress over the development budget. Even if every dollar of Legends revenue poured straight into Journey West Online, Chen Cheng wouldn't blink. I get it now. You've got a fire inside you. That's what we've been missing. Zhong Mang nodded, understanding settling in. He said this was the one piece he'd never been able to put together before. Now it clicked. Then let's do this right. I believe in you guys. That night, Chen Cheng sat alone in his hotel room, staring at the wall. He ran through the entire market in his head. There were still so many emerging industries he hadn't touched, but capital was the biggest choke point. Maybe he needed to enter the stock market sooner. Only those with real vision thought about market trends and tried to shape them. People who just rode the wave to cash out were nothing but gamblers with stock portfolios. 2 Completely different breeds. As night settled in, his phone buzzed. Liu Xiaolong. He said Emma had agreed to show Goose Factory's sincerity. He was handing Chen Cheng a 10% stake. From now on, Chen Cheng was officially a major shareholder. That's not much sincerity. You know my ideas aren't ordinary. Honestly, Emma. Even 30% wouldn't be too much. When Chen Cheng said that, Emma actually laughed on the other end. This kid had nerve. He'd never met anyone like him. He'd have to sit down and have a real conversation with him one day. 30%. Not yet, but if you can bring in profits that surpass the entire Goose Factory studio, I'll give it to you. To Emma. That was just a blank check. Goose Factory wasn't worth enough yet. For Chen Cheng to beat every studio combined, he'd have to multiply revenue tenfold. Practically impossible. Emma. Right? Good to hear your voice. The team I'm leading at Goose Factory can start internal testing in 1 week, and when we do, I promise you'll see what real power looks like. Chen Cheng wasn't exaggerating. He understood how to speak to people at that level, but he also had a concrete plan in his head, something years ahead of its time. When the room was holding its breath, Chen Cheng rolled out the product. This is Goose Factory's first explosive racing game. A lot of people are wondering why I chose this. Chen Cheng smiled at everyone in the conference room. He told them the target audience was young people. Few middle-aged players would bother with a cartoon-style racing game. There are plenty of racing games on the market. Racing sims alone have dominated for over a decade, said the head of the planning department. He pointed out that foreign companies had cracked open the domestic market using exactly that kind of game from day one. But they're all pirated, aren't they? Plus, those only let you play solo. We can make it multiplayer. Chen Cheng said racing games had to be online, otherwise, they lost the entire point of racing. Just as he finished speaking, Emma. Walked through the door, clapping steadily. Well said. I think Mr. Chen's point is dead on. We really do need to change this era. Emma. Officially handed over full development rights for the game to Chen Cheng. Then, in front of everyone, he publicly announced Chen Cheng's stake. Chen Cheng now held a solid 30%, second only to Ma, even exceeding Liu Xiaolong's share. The reason was simple: racing rivals had pushed Goose Factory's sales past 100 million in a single week, and no one saw that coming. The user count had already hit 60 million. You realize how massive our domestic population is. 60 million and still climbing. Liu Xiaolong sounded envious. He said the deal had been worth every penny. Chen Cheng's team was buzzing. Even though they were long-time Goose Factory employees, they reported directly to him. The project's success belonged to them too. Open beta in 1 month. Watch those numbers break 100 million. Wang Ping'an grinned and made a bet with Feng Yang. Within a month, he said, New Wonder would hit 300 million users. Guess they'd see if he was right. For once, Feng Yang, usually so damn confident, shook his head. I'm not as good at business as you. You know why we poured that much money into Wang Ping'an's studio? Boss Wang looked at both of them, a knowing smile on his face. No idea. I figured you wouldn't be that reckless. That's more my thing. Feng laughed, a little embarrassed. He'd wanted to invest in Wang from the start, but the risk of losing everything on a single game had stopped him cold. Legend already owned the market. Jumping in now meant fighting over crumbs. That's where you're wrong. You realize Wang pulled the rug out from under everyone, and it boosted our chat app users past 300 million, right? Wang wasn't surprised. He knew most of the new registrations were people chasing the game, but not everyone had a computer at home. Even if they did, they couldn't just start playing immediately. Real results would take time. Our numbers are still exploding. I want the entire planning department under Wang's authority. Boss Wang said he was completely comfortable with that, but Wang turned it down. I'm freelance. Having me involved in development is already a lot. If I have to handle everything myself, that's not going to work. Wang waved a hand. He had no real interest in game development, though he could toss out a few ideas here and there. Truth was, there was no reason for him to stay in Island Coast anymore. He'd already pushed himself to the limit by taking over the Corinne Consortium studio and founding Pinching in a specialized industry. One city only needed one hub, no point in spreading thinner. So where are you heading? I'll drive you, Feng Yang said, quickly following him out. He could tell Wang had something on his mind. I'm going home to check on things. My industrial park should be mapped out by now. From now on, we can use our own communication software for business. Wang smiled. He finally had something he'd never been able to get before, a Tianji number chat account. That string of digits alone felt significant. All right then, Mr. Wang, mind if I tag along? Feng Yang's request didn't come as a surprise. He was just as obsessed with business as Wang was. They boarded the plane and headed out. 4 hours later, Wang finally landed at the airport. Honestly, it had been a long time since he'd been back. The second he spoke, Feng Mingdong and the others were already waiting by the road. The car wasn't his old Pegasus side at IT, was a brand new one. Never thought I'd see you move up in the world. Big Feng, that Pegasi really suits you. Wang introduced Feng Yang and invited him in. Brother, you haven't been around for days, so you don't know. Our market is climbing non-stop. We can break into other channels without even asking. Feng Mingdong wasn't exaggerating. All the credit went to Li Changyu. He'd pulled the entire eastern region up north, establishing full sales channels. If the product was good, there was no fear of the market rejecting it. Old Li should be coming too. Let's grab dinner together. I really miss hanging out with you guys. Feng Yang stuck close to Wang, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Being with Wang and his crew made him feel like he'd gone back to the old days. We're tearing through the business world right now. You know what our edge is: connections. Li Changyu always got a little loose-lipped when he drank too much. It was a familiar sight. Old Li's like that. He doesn't usually drink much, Wang explained with a smile. No worries. He's got heart. I can see that. Those 2 months of external assignments had worn Li out. He thought he could open up the logistics network easily, but the obstacles were endless. For a while, he couldn't consolidate the market. A lot of users just didn't accept such a new concept. But I used one trick, a price war, and I was panicking the whole time. Li admitted that without so many food factories and industrial parks backing him up, he never would have dared to move this boldly. Sometimes it's not about guts. It's about strength. In other words, Wang wouldn't have tried this if he hadn't built up an entire province's foundation first. Everything depended on real capability. 3 months ago, we had nothing. Even that shabby food factory was converted from a livestock farm, and now? Everyone knew what had happened in those 3 months. Wang Ping'an was practically a miracle in the business world. You guys are really something, Wang. You couldn't have done this alone. Without everyone's effort, you'd be stuck. Feng Yang could see it clearly. The people around Wang might not look like much, but every single one was a powerhouse. Their personalities clicked with Wang's, sparking something incredible. In the blink of an eye, I feel like I've aged. Don't you think so, old buddy? Feng Mingdong envied their business model, expanding from a food factory to an industrial park, solving every logistical problem with continuous innovation. To be honest, I'm planning to start a new company. One your Korean consortium hasn't touched yet. Interested in investing? Wang looked at Feng Yang with a grin. He knew the money he'd given out would eventually circle back. That was business. Give and take, perfectly normal. I'd love to, but I need to see your ability first. If it's not a solid industry, I'm not jumping in. Feng Yang's reply was reasonable. He didn't commit right away. He wanted Wang to show him the path. Once the industrial park is built, what we'll need most are commercial properties that can anchor the area. We can replicate the model and open chain malls. Wang explained that these would become landmark buildings. All the economic systems and business centers would revolve around his malls. I see where you're going. You want to use this model to flower everywhere, bring in investors and tenants. Feng Yang sucked in a breath. Wang Ping'an was no ordinary man. He'd already thought 10 steps ahead. Of course. This little patch of land right now, what's the point if we don't use it to build our own brand? If you asked Wang Ping'an what he wanted most right now, he'd tell you electronics. Not just TVs and refrigerators. He wanted an empire built on computers, cameras, the cutting edge. The slump in the display industry was over. Now was the time. His real goal was to crash prices. 10 grand for a TV was a rip-off. Squeeze that down to a couple thousand, and he could own the entire market. So you're selling TVs now? Feng Yang asked, looking confused. The margins were huge, and they'd stay high for years. But jumping in could disrupt everything. At best, Wang Ping'an would trash his reputation. At worst, he'd lose it all. He needed a killer strategy to make electronics work for the masses. Relax. We don't stockpile. We play the spread, Wang Ping'an said. The best screens were imported, and the margins were insane, but he couldn't touch that market directly, so his plan was simple. Back domestic brands, or take a shortcut and buy one outright. Which approach do you think is smarter? Feng Yang smiled, clearly testing him. Either works, but picture this, we buy a local brand and start a price war. Wang Ping'an already had his eye on a specific domestic company with massive potential. You mean Pinxing? Feng Yang said. Everyone knew the name, but the brand hadn't taken off. They specialized in screens and imaging, keeping prices sky high. Their marketing was a mess, so despite solid products, they'd never built a real customer base. Early on, the company was strong, now it was limping. Feng Yang didn't believe in it. Only a fool would go after Pinching. You're wrong, Wang Ping'an said. Out of all the domestic TV manufacturers, Pinching's the only one that works for us, the others won't. He knew that in a few years, Pinching would dominate Latin American sales charts. A quality-focused homegrown brand, and no one saw its real value right now. Feng Yang sighed. How much are you planning to spend on the acquisition? Market values north of $100 million. Pocket change. I'm taking the whole thing. Wang Ping'an was fixated on buying Pinching, mostly to generate buzz for his electronics mall. After the acquisition, he wouldn't crash prices to zero that would destroy the brand's actual worth. We'll run giveaways and bundle deals. You get what you pay for. Find me products in the same category, home appliances of all kinds, whatever we can negotiate, bring it all in. He drove straight to Pinching's headquarters in the provincial capital. When word spread that someone wanted to buy the company, Boss Wang was thrilled. Mr. Wang, I never imagined you'd be the buyer, Boss Wang said. You know me, Boss Wang, my reputation's gotten that big? Wang Ping'an was surprised. He rarely visited the provincial capital. Don't be modest. Half the established industries in this city are your designs. They turned around under your guidance. It was true. After consulting with old Jiang, Wang Ping'an had revitalized whole sectors of the city. IT wasn't just flattery, he had the track record. Honestly, Mr. Wang, Pinching is barely breathing. We're losing 0.1% a day. Wang Ping'an already knew Pinching was hemorrhaging cash. That's why he'd made his move. A year ago, no amount of money would have convinced Boss Wang to sell. Pinching had been a completely different company back then. Losses that high are a serious problem. But I'm not here to talk partnership. I'm here to buy you out. Wang Ping'an laid down his bottom line, 100 million. As soon as Boss Wang agreed, they'd sign. Wang Ping'an moved fast, no time to overthink. 100 million is decent, but it won't cover everything for a company like ours, Boss Wang said, waving a hand. The price had to go up. With all the factories and assets, 100 million wouldn't stretch far enough. Then sell the factories yourself, and your electronic components. Bundle them and offload them if anyone even wants them. Wang Ping'an shot back. Did Boss Wang think he could squeeze him? Wang Ping'an wasn't an easy mark. If he didn't know exactly what Pinching was worth, he wouldn't have come alone. Besides, he had Feng Yang with him. And Feng hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Boss Wang should count himself lucky. Boss Wang's face darkened. Boss Wang, business is about goodwill and attitude. Honestly, I have zero faith in the electronics sector. If your brand weren't so cheap, I wouldn't have bothered coming here with Mr. Wang. Feng Yang meant every word. He thought Pinching was garbage. He'd rather buy imports than touch this brand. You're right. Pinching is a joke these days, but I've been in business a long time. Don't I deserve a straight answer? Boss Wang leaned forward. If someone was about to wire him 100 million, he needed to know their angle. Because you're on your last legs, Wang Ping'an said, a faint smile crossing his face. A company bleeding 0.1% a day, how many venture capitalists would take that risk? This isn't a stock. If it were, Pinching would have tanked on day one. 200 million. That's my final number. Take it or leave it. Boss Wang held up two fingers. No deal. If Wang Ping'an refused, fine. The word left Wang Ping'an's mouth, and Boss Wang's face lit up, double his original price. Then Wang Ping'an stood, gestured for Feng Yang to follow, and walked right out of Pinching's office, leaving Boss Wang alone in the car. Feng Yang was baffled. Why would you walk away like that? To make him sweat. Tomorrow, the price will be different. I'm willing to spend 100 million, but I'm not an idiot. Nai Xiaolong felt a flicker of unease. What kind of man was Feng Yang? One conversation, And somehow he'd already twisted it into something huge. It was like he had Boss Wang right where he wanted him. Unbelievable. Let's grab something quick. No point driving back tonight. Feng Yang didn't feel like getting behind the wheel. He left the car in the hotel lot and found a small restaurant where they could have a few drinks. I have to ask, Feng, how the hell do you figure Boss Wang will sell below his asking price? It doesn't add up. Boss Wang had already thrown out a brutal number. With that on the table, there was no way they'd close under 200 million, let alone half that. Oh, that. Feng Yang laughed, thought it was something serious. Final price will land around 80 million. His factory isn't worth much more. He made it clear he had cash, but he wasn't a fool. He'd spend, sure, but throwing 200 million at the wrong target. Only an idiot would do that. Better to suggest a partnership first. Squeeze Boss Wang down. He hadn't done that yet. He wanted to use the brand to replicate other electronics, not just TVs, but anything in smart communications. He didn't explain all that to Nai Xiaolong. Just said he knew what he was doing. Don't push too hard. Boss Wang didn't look happy. In business, it's smarter to play it safe. To Nai Xiaolong, Feng Yang's little tricks would only irritate the other side. They'd get nowhere. If old Li were here, he'd know exactly how this ends. Feng Yang raised his glass, a small smile on his face. He told Nai Xiaolong to think harder about why they still weren't on the same page. Nai always saw things from his own angle, never from Boss Wang's. Feng Yang had already read the man completely. He wouldn't have brought Nai along if he wasn't certain. Failing would be too humiliating. What's our current cash flow? Boss Wang glanced at his management team. He didn't check the numbers daily. We can cover this month. After that, nothing. At best, they had around 3 million. Pocket change. Hearing that, Boss Wang felt sick. If it hadn't come to this, he never would have asked Feng Yang for 200 million. Boss, we might have to let the brand go. 0.3 million can at least keep us afloat a little while. The vice president's voice was low. Pulling out now was the smartest move. Let me think. If I call Feng Yang tomorrow, at least we'll cover this month's overhead. What worried Boss Wang most was payroll. Thousands of employees. He couldn't stiff them that night. He picked up the phone and called Feng Yang to discuss the terms. I can get on board with the idea, and I see your perspective, but 200 million, I'm not paying that. Feng Yang cut straight to the point. He just acquired a smaller company. 70 million was all he had left. If he could manage it, he'd give Boss Wang a fair shake. 70 million is too low. Feng will run into each other all the time. Can you bump it up a little? Boss Wang silently cursed himself for not moving faster. I'm tapped out. This is a one-time deal. If you want to drag it out, we're done. After the back and forth, Boss Wang gave in. 70 million. It was a massive loss, but it would patch the hole. None of this had gone according to plan right now. He just needed the cash in his hands. The contract's ready. Take a look. Feng Yang slid the papers across to Nai Xiaolong, who frowned. Then he spotted the receipt for 70 million, and it hit him. Feng Yang had pulled it off, and he'd saved 10 million more than their 80 million target. Damn. What kind of sorcery did you use? Boss Wang was so stubborn before. Nai Xiaolong couldn't hide his shock. He'd been there every step of the way in Pinxing. He knew exactly what happened. Doesn't matter what I used. The point is he let me use it, but we're not pocketing that 10 million. Feng Yang explained that the next couple of days were Pinxing's payroll window. This trip would cost him a few million one way or another. Boss Wang had sold precisely because he couldn't carry that burden, so why not wait him out, let him pay salaries first, then we take over. Nai Xiaolong thought Feng Yang was being a sucker for no reason. You're wrong. If we did that, Pinxing would go bankrupt. A bankrupt company doesn't bounce back, no matter what you do. That was the gamble Feng Yang was willing to take. He bet that Boss Wang wouldn't let Pinxing collapse. and he bet he could buy it for pennies on the dollar. By morning, the handover ceremony was underway. Feng Yang officially became chairman of Pinching Electronics. He immediately restructured every factory channel. First, send 1,000 units to my city. I need them urgently. The foreman blinked. Day 1, and the man was already ordering 1,000 units. Reset the pricing. Everything sells at 20% off the original price. Feng Yang had run the margins. 50% profit, minus labor and overhead, plenty of room. Factor in 10% for cost, and he still had 20% profit. More than enough. No need for giveaways, and raw materials could be even cheaper. His supply chain was nothing like Boss Wang's. Smith alone would save him a fortune. Word of Feng Yang's moves spread fast, and the electronics mall opening got bumped up. Futian building, 3 zones. The center zone is the electronics mall. You handle leasing for the other 2. He laid out the blueprint and told Li Changyu and the others to study it carefully. I think the front zone should be commercial retail stores plus restaurants. Zhu Kaiyang's ideas lined up perfectly with Chen Cheng's. They'd been wanting to do this for a while. The main problem was the electronics district. It sat right in the middle of the 3 buildings. If the front entrance stayed closed, nobody would bother coming. Don't worry about that. We're adding 3 main gates and a big underground parking lot. Chen Cheng explained that each entrance would face the building it needed to serve. The whole complex looked like a single unit, but it was really 3 connected pieces. Have Wang Khan train the new sales guys. We don't have enough representatives, we need to expand. Too many critical details had to be handled personally. Chen Cheng was overseeing the marketing plan and the promotion push himself. Not because he didn't trust anyone else, because this first battle had to be a win. You couldn't build buzz for a shopping mall on cash alone. I just realized I don't have a proper title. Chen Cheng gave a wry smile. He'd update his company info tomorrow. E-Foods was just a food trading company. What he needed was the Wujie Group. Honestly, half the time I can't follow your thinking. You're too far ahead. Liu Xiaolong had watched Chen Cheng work all day without lifting a finger. There was nothing for him to do. Chen Cheng had everything laid out. If your model works, Tencent will want in. Liu Xiaolong clapped Chen Cheng on the shoulder with a grin. He'd already decided that the path Chen Cheng was on was exactly the one he needed. That'd be great. You pay the franchise fee, and the rest is on you. Chen Cheng didn't see developers as a threat. It would only boost his own reputation. What the world needed most right now wasn't more merchants or investors, it was innovation. Every industry that ever exploded did it on the back of creativity. Chen Cheng opened a branch of his fried chicken shop right inside Wujie Plaza. Same deal. Pay the franchise fee and the rent, and you could set up shop. The prices were steep. We've basically covered every industry now. When do we make a big move? Zhu Kaiyang asked during a quiet moment. He wanted to know his own direction soon. Getting into business was addictive. Not yet. Wait until the end of the year. Chen Cheng gave the same answer to everyone. Year-end. He wasn't launching any new industries in the second half of 2005. What he needed most was stability. He already had enough fingers in enough pies that he could wait until they were ripe before making a move. Liu Xiaolong left shortly after. The closed beta was on the schedule, so he needed to get back to headquarters for a proper workshop. After saying goodbye, Chen Cheng took his time heading home. You were gone how many days? You don't even miss home, do you? Zhongyi shot him a look, her eyes full of resentment. I couldn't take you along, the little one needs you. Chen Cheng grinned and scooped up his son. The boy was growing fast, it was getting hard to lift him. Dad, I want to go into business too, school is boring. Xiaofei poked at his bowl, muttering, you want to go into business? Fine. But wait until you get into college. Otherwise I'll lose respect for you. Chen Cheng didn't scold him or squash the idea that he wanted his son to understand that knowledge was what let you chase your dreams. Chen Cheng spent 2 days at home, then got busy. Third quarter production doubled, not just in food, but all internal and external operations shifted into high gear. Everything was moving according to plan. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng was handling the acquisition details. He'd decided to invest in a new industry in the second half of 2006. Automobiles. In his mind, the auto industry was a road full of challenges. He wanted to test whether his instincts could take him even bigger in that space. For him, it wasn't just about cars, it touched technology, quality, performance, features, branding, all of it. I'll have to handle all of this myself. Chen Cheng sighed as he looked at the documents in his hands. These files held the profits and risks for the foreseeable future. He couldn't afford to be careless or slack off. I'm really slipping. Am I still the same Chen Cheng who could shake an entire city with a single word? He shook his head with a bitter laugh. At least I've got time to prepare for the new industry. Wang Khan stormed in and caught the sharp edge of Chen Cheng's gaze. How many times have I told you to knock when you come in? This is our own company, but in another firm, that would leave a bad impression. Chen Cheng gave him a flat look. Wang Khan chuckled dryly and quickly handed over the proposal. It was an industry consolidation based on Southern business trends. The most important piece was exactly what Chen Cheng was about to do. You want the company to invest in a blue sky plan? Exactly like venture capital, but we need fresh blood. Wang Khan said every businessman he'd met in Mingju lately was playing this game. Human brainpower was limited. You could just become an angel investor. Throw money into a startup, let it stand on its own, and you didn't have to lift a finger or worry. Interesting idea. But do you know how many shifts are coming in 2005? Chen Cheng pursed his lips, displeased. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wang Khan, but the first half of the year had dealt heavy blows to a lot of industries, and Wang Khan would probably want to invest in the ones with no real plasticity, a drop in the bucket. I didn't think about that, but hearing you say it, it doesn't sound so good now. Wang Khan scratched his head, unsure what to do. Look into custom motorcycles. We can't do cars yet, but we can try bikes. Chen Cheng planned to officially enter the auto industry next year. He had a whole year to practice on motorcycles. In this era, regulations on motorcycles weren't that strict. You saw them everywhere, and they weren't cheap back in the day. A motorcycle was a must-have wedding gift. Most people have no idea what sets one motorcycle apart from another, but a lot goes into it. If bikes were just basic rides, no one would care. The flashy ones are all for show. Overseas, heavyweight motorcycles have been mainstream since the late 90s. What makes them real machines is performance and power. The heart of every bike is the engine. What we're missing isn't shiny packaging. It's engine designers. Chen Cheng knew exactly where the weaknesses were. Sure, East Asia and Latin America had top-tier designers for overall bike assembly, but that wasn't his real problem. These bikes weren't cheap. Some cost more than a mid-range car, and lately, motorcycles were starting to catch on across the mainland for one simple reason. No specific regulations were holding them back. We need to find an engine genius in the grassroots scene. There have to be guys who live for mods. Chen Cheng remembered seeing a prodigy in the media once. A guy who had spent over a decade developing an engine. Nobody recognized his talent until social media gave him a platform. The second he got famous, Porsche threw a fortune at him. Not just for the engine. They wanted the man himself. With him, they could keep innovating. An annual salary of 30 million. I doubt anyone else in this day and age could pull that off. When Chen Cheng said that, Zhu Kaiyang looked over, surprised that he had no idea what his boss was talking about. Are you sure? Zhu Kaiyang asked, seeing the determined look on Chen Cheng's face. Zhu Kaiyang figured his boss already had the answer. Of course I'm sure that if I wasn't, I wouldn't push this hard. Chen Cheng explained that in times like these, achieving perfection meant building from the ground up. None of them were motorcycle industry experts. Plenty of established brands were already shaking up the market. That was why prices stayed stuck, neither rock bottom nor sky high. He continued, in the future, the overseas market is going to shift to the mainland. Look at BMW and Mercedes, they've already started rolling out their plans. Zhu Kaiyang nodded. He didn't see many high-end cars in this town, but in Shanghai, they were everywhere. My idea is to start with motorcycles and then transition straight into our own factory from there, car development. Chen Cheng said what they needed wasn't just a brand. Durability and reputation mattered even more. If they could build a reliable engine, he would spare no expense to acquire a car company. That way, he could leapfrog the competition and skip a huge chunk of the grind. But here's the thing. You know the annual output and total value of the big international auto brands, it's not just a few billion. Zhu Kaiyang pointed out that kind of money would take decades to earn. You're wrong. Every market constantly weeds out the old and absorbs fresh blood. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. Chen Cheng said he'd already sent Wang Khan to scout. Results would come soon for him. This was just finding the guy a decade earlier. He had a general location. There was no reason not to track him down. 3 hours later, Wang Khan called. He sounded baffled. Boss, you sure this is the right address? I found the guy. And his name matches what you gave me, but he looks like a bum. Wang Khan was stunned. The man at this repair stall had already asked him for food 3 times. Give him whatever he wants. Get him to meet me as soon as possible. If he won't, I'll go to him. Chen Cheng was willing to humble himself. To accomplish big things, you had to. Acting like you were above everyone else would only guarantee things went wrong. Wang Khan looked at the man beside him, helpless. The guy ate like he hadn't seen food in decades. His mouth never stopped. Hey, why are you so focused on eating? My boss wants to meet you. Not going. I'm not leaving this place. The man shook his head like a rattle. He had zero intention of going anywhere. No way was he meeting some stranger. No matter what Wang Khan said. Are you seriously playing me? I gave you food and drink, man. Can't we show a little respect? Wang Khan wiped sweat from his forehead. This guy was impossible. Couldn't be persuaded. Couldn't be pressured. I'm not going anywhere. If you don't like it, you don't have to feed me. The man didn't even look up. He kept working on whatever he had in front of him. With all this good food sitting there, how could he let it go to waste? Around 8 or 9 that evening, after the workers had knocked off for the night, Chen Cheng finally strolled in. Boss, you're here. Wang Khan stood up to greet him. No worries. I just came to see for myself. If you want someone to come out of retirement, you've got to show respect. Chen Cheng gave a faint smile, bent down, and placed a cigarette between the man's lips. The guy didn't hold back. He let it hang there while Chen Cheng lit it for him. A 4-cylinder engine. Not very practical overall, mostly a waste. The spark plug closure is way too rough. Chen Cheng didn't bother with small talk. He went straight to pointing out the flaw in the engine in front of him. He had studied these things systematically. Most people couldn't fool him. The man said nothing. He gave Chen Cheng a suspicious glance. Then hauled out another engine. To someone who didn't know what they were looking at, it would mean nothing. Even experts wouldn't figure it out easily. For converted to 6. The data looks better on paper, but it's flashy, not functional, not my style. Chen Cheng added that kind of work couldn't be perfected in a small workshop. Too many constraints. Hearing that, the man shot to his feet. He grabbed Chen Cheng's hand. Dead serious. My name is Liao Yuan. Nice to meet you. Then he hurriedly led Chen Cheng to his shelf and started showing off his creations. I spent 5 years building all these engines. Not a single person could appreciate them, not even the people who bring their cars in, luxury or junk. They won't say a word to me. Liao Yuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He had so much bottled up. I understand. It's not your fault, they just don't get this industry. Chen Cheng said the reason he came wasn't to make a deal. He wanted to talk about the future of engines. You have no idea how good it is to hear that. Liao Yuan's voice cracked with genuine surprise. Honestly, nobody's ever seen the heart of my engine before. He looked at Chen Cheng like he'd just met his first real kindred spirit, someone who finally understood. But Chen Cheng knew Liao Yuan wasn't ready for a partnership. The guy's vision was too narrowed. If Chen Cheng threw a big enough offer at him now, this kid might never build a high-performance engine for anyone else. Your engine still has a lot of problems, Chen Cheng said, tone flat. I need you to build me a top-tier motorcycle. No budget limit. Use everything you've got and assemble it from scratch. That was the first test. Chen Cheng wanted to see if the man's hands were as good as his head. A guy who only knew engines was useful. But if he understood the whole machine, frame, suspension, every bolt, then he was the kind of talent you kept close for the long game. 100,000. And I'll have a high-end bike ready in 5 days, Liao Yuan said. He tossed Chen Cheng a set of keys. Take my car for now, come back in 5 days and you'll get the best build you've ever seen. Deal. 5 days. Don't be late. Chen Cheng didn't haggle over the price, and he didn't leave Wang Kan behind to keep an eye on things. He had patience for someone like Liao Yuan, a man who wasn't just trying to make a living, but to build his name. Once they were outside, Wang Kan voiced his doubts. Boss, that guy talks a big game. I don't buy a word of it. You're wrong, Chen Cheng said. His income has to be solid. Nobody plays with engines like that unless they've got money to burn. He gestured back toward the workshop. All those engines on those shelves, worth more than a city center apartment. Wang Kan shut his mouth. A new industry doesn't come around often, Chen Cheng went on. If we're going to do it, we do it right. Otherwise it's just wasted effort. He saw things clearly. If he couldn't grasp that, he didn't deserve to lead. Even though his real target today was the design genius, Chen Cheng decided to take a tour of the city. Standard procedure. The mid-range districts were well stocked. Good transport meant nothing essential was missing. You could always pull supplies from the surrounding areas. Look at the entertainment scene here, Chen Cheng observed. It's layered. Per capita spending is high. Don't underestimate this city. Its potential is bigger than you think. He'd noticed it fast. Xiongzhou's spending power was barely half of this. Mingju and Yuju could match it, but their average incomes were higher and their development was a completely different story. Can we get a piece of this? Wang Kan asked. It'd be a shame to let it sit untapped. He pointed out they couldn't stay here permanently, so the best move was to open distribution channels. That way, even without physical stores, they could still grab a share of the market. You're not wrong, Chen Cheng said with a smirk. But do you have a solid plan, Boss Wang? He let out a short laugh. If everything were as easy as talking, he wouldn't have needed to come in person. The logic was simple. Everyone understood it. Few could act on it, and without time to build foundations, you couldn't pull it off. The biggest mistake, they hadn't brought any inventory. Let's work through logistics, Wang Kan said. We'll line up the deals first, then figure out operations. He claimed he could close at least 2 or 3 agreements after dinner. Fine. I'll believe it when I see it. Chen Cheng kept that same half-dash smile. It wasn't that he didn't trust his people. It was that nothing was a sure thing. You couldn't just say something and expect it to happen. That night they grabbed a quick meal at a small local diner. A bunch of sales representatives had shown up. so Chen Cheng made sure they were all settled before he even touched his food. "Hey boss, the skewers are great," a customer at the next table complained, "but the sauce tastes off. What happened?" "Sorry, brother," the owner sighed, "the sauce factory shut down. Whole city's out. I'm making do with what I got." He explained the supply had been steady until 2 days ago, when they ran dry. He'd been repeating the same apology all evening. "That explains it. Flavor's all wrong. I came here for that old taste, but it's just not the same." More customers echoed the frustration. They were obsessed with the original sauce. "This is our chance," Chen Cheng said quietly. "Find out which factory went under. We'll buy it." He had Feng Yang on his team. The guy was a money magnet. Sauce, dry rub, whatever. He'd lock it all down. Chen Cheng was already in the food business. Opportunities like this didn't come around every day. The crowd thinned out until only Chen Cheng's table remained. The owner didn't rush them. He was open until dawn. "Let me buy you around," the owner said, raising a bottle of beer as he walked over. Chen Cheng waved him to a seat. "Tell me something, boss," Chen Cheng started. "I heard the sauce factory shut down. Does that mean there's no decent sauce anywhere in the city?" The owner nodded reluctantly. "Every place has its own taste, right? That sauce is special. You can't just grab some random brand and call it done. People were used to that flavor. If they were that easy to fool, they wouldn't be complaining. If our grill work and ingredients weren't so good, we'd have lost way more customers," the owner added. "At this hour, I'm normally packed. Tonight, they'd rather go hungry than settled. That's Yunju for you." "I might have a solution," Chen Cheng said. "Give me a sample of that sauce, or at least tell me the flavor profile. I can find you a new sauce." He sounded confident, even without the sauce in his hands. "No way," the owner scoffed. "That sauce is an old brand. We buy it by the crate, £50 at a time, and it's always backordered." 70% of the barbecue stalls across Yunju had depended on that one factory. Now they were all struggling to survive. That was exactly the response he'd been hoping for. If Chen Cheng took over, the first thing he'd do was jack up the price. The sauce was the only thing keeping the business afloat, so why not pocket the profit himself? And from what he knew, the sauce didn't cost that much to begin with. There was plenty of room to work. "If you can get your hands on that sauce, I'll pay double what we're paying now. No question." The barbecue owner laid it out for Chen Cheng. Their whole operation hinged on that sauce. The flavor of old Yunju was legendary, and that alone kept customers coming back. "President Feng, looks like I need you to handle something for me." Chen Cheng smiled and dialed Feng Yui, who had just finished tidying his office for the day. "What's up? You haven't stopped by in a while, President Chen," Feng Yui said, making small talk. Thanks to Chen Cheng's backing, his business had tripled in size. "Get yourself to Yunju. Bring samples of every sauce we make." Chen Cheng told him a local company there needed a bailout, and if this went well, old Feng could set up shop in Yunju. Feng Yui didn't waste a second. He told his assistant to get the car ready. "Don't worry, I'll be there in 3 hours. Just have a hotel room waiting." He wouldn't dare slack off when Chen Cheng asked for something. If it weren't urgent, Chen Cheng wouldn't have called this late. Something had come up last minute that needed fixing fast. Chen Cheng had originally planned for him to come in the morning, but that wasn't going to work. The sauce supply in Yunju had been cut off for 3 days. The longer this dragged on, the more buyers would circle. And they still didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong. That evening, Chen Cheng and Feng Yui talked it over. With their industry experience, they agreed they had to strike first. "We're not the only ones eyeing this," Feng Yui pointed out. "The barbecue joints don't have the capital to make a move on their own, but if they did, do you think they'd just sit back?" His logic was simple. If they were going in, they should buy it all. The recipe, the factory, then push their own sources into the market. That couldn't be a bad deal. I get it. That's the smart play, but what if it's a food safety issue? Chen Cheng raised the worst-case scenario. If that were true, they'd be in serious trouble. If it's food safety, let's just hope it's not as bad as we think. The next morning, they drove straight to the Yunju food factory. The smell of sauce hit them from blocks away. What the hell? I thought this place was shut down. Why does it still smell like sauce? Chen Cheng frowned. Maybe someone had already bought them out. The truth wasn't what he expected. When they met the factory owner, it all became clear. Our source has been supplying Yunju for 33 years, the owner told them last month. We tried to reformulate it because the cost was too high for the general market. That one change ruined the original flavor. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get the old taste back. They'd even brought in outside food labs to help, but nothing was ever good enough. That shouldn't be happening. You must have done something wrong. Feng Yui cut in. If that many people had messed up the process, there was only one explanation. The recipe itself was flawed. Impossible. It's the same recipe we've used for decades. I'll give you the formula if you don't believe me. If you can replicate the taste, I'll buy it from you. The owner laughed smugly, but the reality was more complicated. They didn't have many options. If they couldn't figure out the traditional recipe, the factory would go under. It was only a matter of time. You might not believe this, but we came here to buy your factory, and the entire source recipe. Name your price. Chen Cheng got straight to the point. He could tell the owner was a straightforward guy. 3 million, and the factory's yours. The recipe, whatever. The owner shrugged. He admitted he wasn't really cut out for business. If his father hadn't left him the place, he'd have gone into retail years ago. We've already got a decent retail business in Yunju. I'd do fine without this factory. The guy was genuine. Chen Cheng didn't hesitate. He signed the contract on the spot and said he'd be using his own brand, so the old brand would be retired. No point paying royalties on something they were about to scale up. Tell you what, my brand still has some recognition. It could be a sub-brand under yours, for free. Without another word, the owner signed a transfer agreement. The listed price was priceless. Chen Cheng and Feng Yui spent the entire day inside the workshop. They inspected everything from raw materials to the final product. Every step was flawless, even more meticulous than Feng Yui's own factory. But the finished product never captured that original taste. They had the real sauce with them, the last few bags in the whole factory, which the owner had been saving for himself. I've tasted this once, and I'll never forget it. It's definitely not the ingredients. Feng Yui suspected the machinery was the problem and decided to make a few adjustments. The noise was too much for Chen Cheng, so he stepped outside. About an hour later, Feng Yui walked out smiling. The old machines weren't fully automated. The heat depended on manual timing. When they switched to full automation and kept the same timing, it threw everything off. He explained that faster wasn't always better. All they had to do was lower the temperature. Nice work. But I think we should at least let the owner know. Chen Cheng understood the business angle, but he didn't want to sour the relationship over something small. The owner didn't seem surprised. He waved a hand. He'd taken the 3 million. He wasn't looking back. If you can fix this, you can run the factory well. I trust you won't let the brand go under. He thanked Chen Cheng, mentioned he had his own business to run, and excused himself. Wang Ping'an's buyout of the entire local sauce factory made waves. The whole city was watching. We just saved a fortune on marketing, he said. The brand already has a solid reputation. That was the most satisfying part of the deal. You couldn't launch a brand from scratch and build it without burning cash on promotion. Now he'd bought the whole operation outright, and that alone pushed Feng Yang's sauce line to a whole new level. Once production resumed, the old suppliers came crawling back, eager to sign new contracts and demanding maximum supply. No problem there, but we've adjusted the pricing. Wang Ping'an had slapped a 50% margin on top of the original retail priced. It was all clean profit. Most vendors didn't complain, they needed the sauce too badly, but a few thought Wang Ping'an was gouging them, trying to cash in before he'd even found his footing in business. A move like that was practically suicide, they weren't having it. Now that our sauce has cracked the market, we start negotiating with supermarkets and wholesalers, Wang Ping'an said. Going forward, the wholesale price isn't fixed. It scales down based on order volume. Bigger orders meant better deals. The same logic applied to bulk purchases by weight. If they didn't need packaging, the price dropped too. That sounds like something a shady businessman would say, Feng Yang said with a laugh. Only Wang Ping'an would have the guts to pull a stunt like this right now. Supply and demand. Wang Ping'an shrugged. If the region were drowning in sauce, I'd be fighting on price, but since it's not. He let the sentence hang. As long as the situation held, they could corner the market. He had 2 heritage brands in his pocket, there was no reason they couldn't make it work. Fine. I'll hit the road with Wang Feng. There are some industry details you don't know. Feng Yang had built his whole career around sauce. He knew the rules, the shortcuts, the landmines. That was territory Wang Ping'an didn't tread. That evening, Wang Ping'an met with a crowd of local businessmen from every sector. He didn't turn anyone away, he needed every channel he could lock down. He already had his hands in half a dozen industries, and no other player in the city had diversified like he had. This city has good land and good water, unlike some places that can't grow a thing, Wang Ping'an said, motioning for everyone to sit. He'd chosen a high-end tea house for the meeting. The relaxed atmosphere was perfect for doing deals. You're too kind, Mr. Wang. We've been dying to meet you, one of the bosses replied, eyes gleaming. Every man in the room was a sharp operator. They knew how critical it was to stay in Wang Ping'an's good graces. Offending a walking cash cow would be stupid. Mr. Wang, I hear your logistics operation is thriving. Any chance you could cut us in on that? Most of these men relied on professional transport companies that charged outrageous fees, tens of thousands per run over the long haul. Those costs would bleed them dry, but Wang Ping'an's logistics network could solve a lot of their headaches. He moved massive volumes through dedicated hubs, saving time and money. Sure, Wang Ping'an said. For small packages, we can do volume pricing, rock bottom per unit. For large freight, use my transport fleet. He couldn't guarantee much else, but when it came to price, he could go lower than anyone. He wasn't worried about profits. More trips meant more work for his drivers, and volume alone would keep the operation in the black. Then it's settled. We'll work with you from now on, Mr. Wang. Most of the room was smiling. One man, however, watched the whole scene with cold contempt. He couldn't stomach it. How could Wang Ping'an just buy his way into everything? It made no sense. Enough, Wu Dao snapped. Look at yourselves. You're pathetic. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Dao, do you even know where you are? You disrespect us all the time. But pulling this in front of Mr. Wang, I swear I'll make sure you can't show your face in this city again. A furious boss slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet, jabbing a finger at Wu. You're all a bunch of weather vanes, Wu said. You don't know the real Wang Ping'an, but I do. He's a con man. He claimed Wang Ping'an's companies were shell corporations, empty shells on paper. They only fooled gullible businessmen. When things went south, no one would be held accountable. How dare you insult Mr. Wang? You've got a death wish, the boss roared, ready to tear into him. But Wang Ping'an raised a hand. I believe in making money peacefully. If you have a problem, Brother Wu, We walk different roads, please leave. He swept his hand toward the door. No point wasting time. Wu Dao snorted and stood. He flipped his teacup upside down on the table and walked out without a backward glance. The remaining bosses were trembling with rage. Wang Ping'an, on the other hand, stayed perfectly calm. On the road to success, the cheers and the cold stares come in equal measure. It was a balance he'd learned to accept. A nobody like Wu Dao couldn't rock his boat, but he had no idea that the seeds of a war had just been planted between two strangers. The next day, the sauce factory had all its production lines ready and flooded the market. Headlines exploded. The sauce brand contains unknown substance. Dozens report vomiting and diarrhea. The batch in question was the one Wang Ping'an had just shipped. This is impossible, it's bullshit. Feng Yang slammed the newspaper onto his desk. Someone was clearly manipulating public opinion to slander them. Check everything, Wang Ping'an said. Our conscience is clean. He wouldn't overlook a single detail, and he wasn't about to let the whole city crow in and shut down production, so he invited the city's biggest media outlet in for a proper interview. From the production line to random sample inspections, he made every step transparent. He'd cut off their excuses clean. If that promo video dropped within 3 hours of the incident, he could hit back with a defamation suit. Chen Cheng knew food safety wasn't something to brush off, but he wasn't about to let malicious lies run wild. He'd pushed back against the pressure hard. He invited every single affected consumer inside to see the truth with their own eyes. Chen Cheng is done. Nothing he tries will save him now. Jiu Pingfeng smiled as his plan shifted into gear. He hadn't expected Chen Cheng to face this kind of fire on opening day. It was almost too easy. Doesn't even matter if it's true, false accusations alone will scare off every customer out there. His second-in-command promised the scheme was airtight, no one would see it coming, not Chen Cheng, not any of the big players. Good, tell PR to keep the actors on script, they got paid, so they'd better sell it. They'd hired plenty of people to play the sick customers, vomiting, diarrhea, the works. Each one pocketed $1,000 just to perform. What they didn't expect was Chen Cheng inviting every last one of them into his factory. Start rolling. I want authenticity. No staged shots, documentary style. Chen Cheng threw open the factory doors and waved the media inside. From the assembly line to the ingredient mixing, every step was captured without a single cut. They sampled the raw materials from the day before. He'd already organized everything. The batch numbers were real. No need to fake anything. Mr. Chen, we'll start here, a reporter said, her crew already moving in to swab the equipment. Be my guest, just keep those cameras running. Chen Cheng smiled and gestured for them to point every lens at the massive steel vats. Everything would be filmed, but he'd also had everyone searched on the way in unauthorized devices. He had to protect himself. If the other side tried to frame him, he'd have clean proof. Nothing, and he'd be playing right into their hands. The inspection ran 3 hours. No cuts, no edits, the entire feed streamed live. The results were undeniable. Chen Cheng's products were completely clean. That verdict came straight from the City Health Association. Then Chen Cheng invited every alleged victim to the hospital for a checkup. If his food had really made them sick, they'd prove it. He wanted a real explanation. Was it his product, or something else? Mr. Chen, maybe we should just let this go. These people have it rough. Nobody would make something like this up for no reason, right? The peacemakers were everywhere, already tipped off. They didn't want Chen Cheng to blow this up. A scandal would burn everyone. You're wrong. I'm doing this to clear my name. I'm not taking the fall for something that never happened. Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk cutting across his face as he looked at the speaker. His lawyers and PR team were already in position, waiting for the other side to make a move. He wasn't missing a single legal step. You all know what defamation and slander can cost, so I suggest you tell the truth now. If not, we'll investigate and collect the evidence ourselves. He promised to cover every medical bill. He just wanted justice first. The actors refused to cooperate. They stuck to the story. Chen Cheng's sauce had made them sick. But when oral swabs showed zero trace of his ingredients, and lab tests found nothing to back their claims, the truth broke open. It was all a setup. I'm about to file charges against every one of you. Any objections? Chen Cheng's laugh was cold. He felt no guilt. Turnabout was fair play. Mr. Chen, fine, it wasn't your sauce, but you're still responsible for us getting sick. A middle-aged man stepped forward with false bravado, anger flashing in his eyes. So you're admitting you made false accusations? This just got a whole lot simpler. Chen Cheng glanced back at the reporters. The cameras never stopped rolling. Why you're filming this? The man panicked. He'd practically confessed on live broadcast. It's not just this camera. Look up. We're in a hospital. What exactly do you think you can hide? With electronic surveillance covering every inch, these people still thought they could slip away. Chen Cheng figured they were beyond saving, but they weren't bold enough to frame him on their own. There had to be something deeper pulling the strings. He needed to turn up the heat. By the way, does anyone know the prison sentence for defamation? The actors shifted, faces tight. They quickly begged Chen Cheng to go easy. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. We shouldn't have taken money to slander you. It was all Gu Pingfeng's idea. We're just hired help. The middle-aged man spilled everything. He claimed Gu Pingfeng had ordered the whole thing. All he could hope now was that Chen Cheng would show mercy. I can forgive you, but can the consumers forgive me? My brand has only been around for a year, but there's decades of heritage behind it. You think a simple apology covers that? Chen Cheng's eyes burned with intensity. He looked straight into the camera and said he wanted Gu Pingfeng to face him. Come clean. Give every consumer a real explanation. With that, the interview wrapped. All the evidence pointed straight at Gu Pingfeng. Even he couldn't talk his way out of this one. Damn it. What kind of monster is Chen Cheng? How did he pull this off? Gu Pingfeng couldn't find a shred of joy. He wanted to tear Chen Cheng apart with his bare hands. We need to stay calm. We can countersue for defamation. Claim the evidence was fabricated. His second-in-command threw out the suggestion, still reeling from how fast the tables had turned. Do you think everyone's an idiot? Without surveillance footage, maybe, but he's got hard proof. Gu Pingfeng's jaw clenched. Why couldn't his people think straight? The deputy was immediately speechless. Just as Yunju authorities were about to summon Gu Pingfeng for questioning, the man had already shifted all the blame onto someone else. He claimed he was still trying to figure out how this mess happened, and that he felt deeply pained and regretful. The move was eerily similar to something Chen Cheng would do, clearly aimed at shutting everyone up. Chen Cheng knew that from now on, he'd face more people like this, and business rivals would keep coming up. With new tricks. If he didn't handle this properly, someone else might get the wrong idea and try something underhanded. So he went straight for accountability, demanding that Gu Pingfeng compensate him for all losses, including damage to his reputation. Unless this got a proper resolution, he wouldn't let it go. In no time, the entire business community in Yunju was buzzing. Even old master Gu himself stepped in, trying to plead with Chen Cheng. His reasoning was simple: this outsider's methods were way too heavy-handed. I've been in the business world for decades, and I've never seen a young man so fierce. Old Master Gu shot a glance at his useless son. This had started as nothing more than a minor scuffle, and now they'd stirred up Chen Cheng, a living tiger. You're coming with me to apologize in person. We'll get Chen Cheng to forgive us. Knowing that his own status might not intimidate the man, Old Master Gu gathered several senior figures from the Yunju business scene, preferably people who had some connection to Chen Cheng, so they could put in a good word. Mr. Chen, Old Master Gu has made his stance clear. Let's just let bygones be bygones. Don't dwell on this. At Yang Ming's words, Chen Cheng smiled contemptuously. Mr. Yang, we've only known each other for 2 days. What authority do you have to speak to me like that? Or are you trying to tell me how to do my job? The remark hit Yang Ming hard, like Chen Cheng had carved out a piece of his heart. It was a rotten feeling. Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. We're all businessmen in Yunju. Harmony is the most important thing. Besides, the Gu family has agreed to compensate you. Yang Ming was all about smoothing things over. What a beautiful sentiment. Harmony is the most important. If I let this slide, would my entire food factory and all my other businesses have to suffer the consequences? Chen Cheng told Yang Ming that the sauce factory was small potatoes, but his other ventures were huge. He couldn't afford any negative impact. 3 billion in compensation, not a penny less. If they agree, they issue a public apology. If not, forget it. There was no room for negotiation. As long as the scandal stayed in the news, he would fight tooth and nail. Seeing Chen Cheng's unwavering stance, Yang Ming had no choice. He certainly couldn't afford to offend the man now. This was a big shot he didn't dare to mess with. 3 billion. Who does he think he is? Gu Pingfeng spat. A little bad press, and the guy wants 3 billion. 3 billion isn't much at all. Chen Cheng's businesses are far bigger than you realized. If he actually went after us for all the losses and damages, even our company wouldn't be enough to cover it. Old Master Gu sighed heavily, then instructed his finance department to prepare 3 billion. That sum would set the Gu group back over a decade, but it was better than nothing. At least they'd still have embers to keep the fire alive. If they didn't pay up, his son would likely end up in jail. A conviction would kill the entire Gu group outright. At least this way, they could show a sincere attitude. Dad, are we really going to roll over for Chen Cheng? That's 3 billion. Gu Pingfeng still couldn't stomach the loss. That kind of money didn't just fall from the sky. Do you have a better idea? Don't cause any more trouble for me. Old Master Gu checked his watch, stood up, and headed for the door. He said he had an appointment with Chen Cheng and needed to see him. Gu Pingfeng watched his father's stubborn back retreat, then lowered his head in defeat. He was the one who'd truly lost. This had been decided from the start. Half an hour later, Chen Cheng met Old Master Gu at a tea house. Naturally, the media was there. The old man had invited them. Young man, you've got guts. You don't mind that I brought them along, do you? Old Master Gu smiled as he greeted Chen Cheng. Not at all. My issue is with Gu Pingfeng, not with you. Chen Cheng gave a faint smile. He knew exactly what the old man was up to. He was afraid Chen might do something reckless. Or maybe he was hoping Chen would do something extreme, so the media could catch it. Anyway, let's discuss the 3 billion. The Gu family is willing to pay you the full amount. I hope you can let bygones be bygones. The old man was being reasonable. As an elder, his tone was perfectly appropriate. Letting bygones be bygones, that might be a stretch, but I can forgive you. Everyone has to pay for their mistakes, don't they? Chen Cheng smiled as he turned the question back on him. He'd caught the subtle loophole in the old man's wording and used it to steer the conversation back to his point. Old Master Gu's expression flickered. He hadn't expected Chen Cheng to be so sharp, able to spot the loophole in his words in an instant. You're right. I'm the one calling the shots in the GU family, so naturally I need to earn your forgiveness. Old Master Gu sincerely apologized to Chen Cheng and then dismissed the media. That was enough to show his stance. There was nothing left worth filming. The 3 billion has been wired to your account. Would you do me the honor of having a real conversation, Mr. Chen? Chen Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the old man to want small talk, but they didn't discuss the food industry or the recent incident. Instead, they talked about the future of the business world as a whole. Decades ago, the Gu family was already the leading merchant family in Yunju. That was when I decided to expand the business, make it bigger and stronger. Now, he felt powerless. Everything had changed. If that's the case, I might have some advice for you. Chen Cheng said the Gu family's business model was decent, but their products no longer fit the current market. He told Old Master Gu that he had a way to help the Gu family rise again, but of course, that advice wasn't free. The buzz around the city hadn't died down yet. Wang Ping'an knew how to play the game. This was marketing. As long as he kept every move within the right limits, none of it would be a problem. He could scale the factory model several times over. He already had the big picture. The biggest difference between this city and the last one was simple. The wealthy here were constantly being swayed to spend. He'd never seen that dynamic anywhere else. Any decent idea could turn into fast cash. Investment is just expanding your own business. You see a good opportunity, you buy in, Wang Ping'an said with a smile. He told Feng Yang this city could give him something he'd never gotten anywhere else. What exactly is that? I'm curious. What's got you this excited, Boss Wang? Feng Yang had no idea what Wang Ping'an was really planning, but he'd noticed one thing. Wang Ping'an had been running around the market a lot lately, the food market, specifically. Don't underestimate the food industry, Wang Ping'an said. It's a necessity, and a hard one at that. Sticking with just one product wastes your brand and your scale. You want to go big and strong, you can't be short-sighted. Feng Yang finally got it. You're going into the food market. This guy had more tricks up his sleeve than anyone he'd met. Normal people wouldn't dare think that way, but Wang Ping'an wasn't normal. Do you think there's room to improve the taste of the 2 main types? Wang Ping'an shot back with a grin. Southerners use the darker one for color, but Northerners don't really go for it. That's the problem. How do we open both to the entire market? By developing them together. I've already found the biggest food market in the city. What's missing is the lighter type. The industry was basically a cash cow. Most people didn't bother distinguishing between the types because the labels never specified. Wang Ping'an planned to corner the lighter market by filling that gap. Good luck to you, Feng Yang said. I'm going to spend the next few days perfecting all the products, making sure they match different tastes. One flavor alone won't catch people's attention. Consumer tastes are diverse. If you want to win the market, you have to diversify. That lined up perfectly with Wang Ping'an's philosophy. He supported it completely, and if Feng Yang pulled it off, Wang Ping'an was confident he could push those products nationwide. When Wang Ping'an walked into the shop, the other boss Wang's smile stretched ear to ear. Boss Wang, good to see you again. Last time you mentioned the food business, so this time, you here to partner up? Wang Ping'an knew the man recognized his clout. He'd dismantled old Jiang's reputation single-handedly. Power like that could drive anyone's business forward. I'm thinking about it, Wang Ping'an said. I compared the taste of every product on the market, and yours is the most authentic. He wasn't lying. He'd spent the whole morning letting each product settle, checking color, and tasting every single one that only Boss Wang's met his standard. If they could develop this further, the man would be an indispensable part of the plan. Sounds like getting your approval is a big deal, Boss Wang said. Our product uses an old recipe, but the color's a bit off, so we don't have a huge customer base. Most restaurants focus on dish appearance now. That's why our product's always been second tier. Wang Ping'an shrugged. No matter how good your taste, it can't beat spices and artificial colors. They make food look great. Boss Wang didn't argue. It was exactly why he'd always been at a disadvantage. Which is why I'm here, Wang Ping'an said. To fix the problem. Your product is fine, you don't need to change it. But we do need to develop a new one that addresses the color issue. That way, we maintain the brand's reputation and cater to the market. It's a win-win. Even a fool could see what Wang Ping'an was offering. Of course I agree, Boss Wang. Just tell me how you want to do it. Boss Wang offered to give Wang Ping'an shares or sign a strategic contract right there. Just give me shares. I don't need a strategic contract. Wang Ping'an wanted 30% of the product brand. He wouldn't put in any capital, only participate in R&D and offer constructive advice. Boss Wang accepted those terms without hesitation. After all, Wang Ping'an's takeover of the factory had already shown him a miracle. This young man wasn't ordinary, his methods were completely innovative, and he had the ability to create miracles. That was exactly what the industry needed. Let's make a lighter product, and we need to change all the packaging, Wang Ping'an said. This product is different. We can use cheap plastic bottles instead of glass. Glass is expensive and hard to recycle. Boss Wang's face creased with a bitter smile. I'm not totally clear on the concept of the lighter type. People here aren't used to it. If it means abandoning the darker type completely, I can't accept that. He was still weighing Wang Ping'an's words, waiting for something that would convince him instantly. We expand the food market on the existing foundation. There have to be two options, and you can use your recipe for the lighter type, too. Wang Ping'an explained that the essential difference between the two types wasn't huge. To solve it, they just needed a new product to bridge the gap. Then they could reclaim the entire market. Imagine if every chain hotpot restaurant used his products and seasonings in the future. How perfect would that be? The dreams were beautiful. Not everyone could look at every problem from the ground up. Only Wang Ping'an could think through those details, and what he wanted to do wasn't just about food. Throughout history, plenty of people had built fortunes on consumables. Each one had taken their niche to the extreme. That decisive action was exactly what Wang Ping'an needed to see. It was the kind of commitment he'd been hoping for. That alone won't cut it, Boss Wang. If you want to build something big, you follow my plan. If not, I'll take this offer somewhere else. Wang Ping'an kept it blunt. He wasn't going to give the man infinite time to weigh his options. Opportunity doesn't wait. Fine. I'm in. Wang Changsheng signed the shareholder agreement right there and transferred the promised shares. The formalities were just that, a way to lock in trust and put Wang Ping'an at ease. You think you can just trample on the Feng family? The condiment business has always had its boundaries. Our family has controlled it for decades. Feng Mingdong's voice cut through the phone in Wang Changsheng's office. He'd already heard about the move and called Wang directly, demanding an explanation. President Feng, we're only branching into soy sauce. That's an entirely different market from your condiments. Wang Changsheng was sweating. Feng Mingdong wasn't someone you crossed lightly. As head of the Feng household, his reputation as a spoiled heir masked notoriously aggressive tactics. Few could hold their ground against him, and right now, no one dared try. Let me be clear. If you push this any further, I'll make that soy sauce factory of yours disappear. If you want to make money at all, Think long and hard about whether you can survive it. The warning was ice cold. Then the line went dead helpless. Wang Changsheng glanced at Wang Ping'an. The man showed no reaction, as if this was all routine. Business comes with friction. Healthy competition lifts the whole market. Monopolies are just boring. Wang Ping'an hadn't heard every word of the call, but he'd caught the drift. He wasn't stupid. Feng Mingdong didn't call out of nowhere. He was picking a fight. Boss Wang, if you understand that, why keep pushing? I want to get rich too, but I can't afford to mess with the Feng family. Wang Changsheng explained how Feng Mingdong operated on a completely different level from someone like Li Changyu, an ultra-wealthy heir like that wasn't someone an ordinary person could afford to anger. You're not ordinary, but the Feng family's greed is ugly. Sooner or later, you were going to clash with them anyway. Wang Ping'an didn't sugarcoat it. There was no point. When he took over the seasonings factory, the former owner had warned him, the one family you don't cross in Yunju is the Feng family. Deep roots, an extensive network. Picking a fight with them was asking for trouble. So the Feng family turns you into a scared nobody, then you'll never make it big. Wang Ping'an wasn't worried about how powerful the Feng family was. He was worried about Wang Changsheng's timid mindset keeping him passive forever. That was a dangerous place to be. If the man had no spine, no amount of help would ever make that factory rise. Wang Changsheng stayed silent. He knew exactly what Wang Ping'an meant, and he knew his own limitations. Right now, he truly couldn't afford to go against the Feng family. Not long after Wang Ping'an left Wang Changsheng's place, a black Nissan cut off his path. Sorry. You've upset my boss. A man in a crisp black suit stared coldly at Wang Ping'an and gestured for him to get in the car. And who's your boss? Sending a whole escort for me, I must matter a lot to him. Wang Ping'an couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Yunju was only so big, and he had enough backing to handle whatever came his way. You don't need to know that. You'll find out when we get there. The driver didn't waste words. He already knew Wang Ping'an was a talker, better to avoid getting drawn in. Half an hour later, Wang Ping'an was escorted into a villa. Prime real estate in Yunju. Your boss must have serious pull. Wang Ping'an smiled as he took in the Lakeview property. Not just any boss could afford a place like this. After you. The driver smirked and led him inside, studying every flicker of his expression. He left Wang Ping'an standing in the living room and disappeared. Any signs? Feng Mingdong raised an eyebrow. The man before him was his most trusted aide, a master at reading people. He's a talker, but you can tell he's got guts. The assessment was fair and hinted that Wang Ping'an wasn't some simple mark. Few people stayed calm in a situation like this, especially when they'd been snatched off the street without warning. Let him wait a while. Feng Mingdong wasn't in any rush to face Wang Ping'an. He wasn't about to teach the guy a direct lesson. Crushing someone with money was boring. Even if he had Wang Ping'an beaten right here and now, nobody would ever know. But that wasn't the point. For half an hour, Wang Ping'an ate and drank, never once stopping his chatter. Come on, join me. Don't just stand there staring. He waved at the servants and waitstaff. They all shook their heads nervously, not daring to approach. I hate waste. Your boss invited me. Pretty sure he expected me to have company. Wang Ping'an ordered them to sit and eat with him while he made casual conversation. It was the best way to pass the time and a way to fish for information about who had brought him here. Sure enough, within 5 minutes he'd learned the homeowner was Feng Mingdong, head of the Feng family. The whole point of this meeting was intimidation. The servants didn't know much, but he pieced it together quickly. President Feng isn't coming to keep me company. That's no fun. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly, stood, and turned his teacup upside down on the table. So impatient, Boss Wang, I'm surprised. Feng Mingdong strolled out lazily, his sharp eyes locking onto Wang Ping'an's. They'd never met before, but this first exchange already said everything. My time is for people who need it. Looks like you don't, President Feng. Wang Ping'an sat back down and gestured for Feng Mingdong to join him. Hua Tianqi froze. It took him a full 30 seconds to register the shift in power. How the hell could Chen Cheng steer his thoughts like that? That was not normal. One more thing. President Hua, I hear you're a big fan of my work. Is the Hua family really that desperate to expand? Chen Cheng didn't touch the conflict. His goal was simpler. Bleed Hua Tianqi for every concession he could get. One look was all it took. Hua Tianqi was all posture, no substance. A loud voice wrapped around a weak spine. That kind of businessman could bluff a stranger, but anyone who spent time with him saw straight through the act. The Hua family is always expanding. Have you lost your mind, Chen Cheng? I brought you here to hold you accountable. Hua Tianqi slapped the table in fury. He still couldn't figure out how Chen Cheng had hijacked his thoughts. Hold me accountable? I don't think so. You wined me and dined me. That tells me you need something. Chen Cheng gestured lazily for him to get on with it. If the man had a request, he'd give him an answer. Fine, stay out of the soy sauce and seasoning market. The Hua family has ruled Yunju for decades. You won't last a month. Hua Tianqi's smile was pure contempt, and he had the power to back it up. The Hua family owned this city. When an institution like that spoke, the ground shook. So that's what this is about. Chen Cheng nodded, playing along. Then, a beat later, he told Hua Tianqi no. Business comes down to skill. Unless you're scared I'll take your market share, President Hua. In that case, maybe the Hua family deserves to fail. With a man like Hua Tianqi, Chen Cheng didn't need subtlety. The guy's brain couldn't keep pace. His own speed of thought was already enough to dismantle him. Anything more would be excessive. You, Hua Tianqi shook with rage, words failing him completely. Against someone like Chen Cheng, how was he supposed to compete? President Hua, have some water. No point getting worked up right now. Chen Cheng poured a cup of hot tea and nudged it toward him. Hua Tianqi, never one for caution, threw it back in one gulp and immediately spat it all over himself. Chen Cheng, you son of a bitch, that's scalding. Of course it's hot. You need hot water in your condition. Chen Cheng shrugged it off. Hua Tianqi truly was not the brightest bulb. He honestly wondered how the Hua family had ever built an empire. A paper tiger playing businessman, it was laughable. Any random business owner in Yunju could run circles around Hua Tianqi. Chen Cheng still had no clue what the man was actually good at. Anyway, President Hua, reach out if something comes up. I think I'll head back now. Chen Cheng turned and walked out of the Hua estate without a backward glance. He had no intention of walking, though. He summoned the driver who had brought him. Well, the driver hesitated. Only after getting a reluctant nod from Hua Tianqi did he wave Chen Cheng into the car. The whole encounter left him stunned. Hua Tianqi never let a business rival walk away like that, and Chen Cheng had already provoked him before he even arrived. How had he strolled out untouched? Buddy, I won't make trouble for you. Here's your fare. Chen Cheng pulled $100 from his wallet and told the driver to make sure Hua Tianqi drank plenty of hot water. When he returned to the factory, Zhong Qiong looked wrecked. He'd called Chen Cheng repeatedly. Not a single answer. And word on the street was that Hua Tianqi was making a move. Zhong Qiong had been losing his mind. What's wrong? You look terrible. Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow, then grabbed a cigarette from the desk and lit up. I thought Hua Tianqi had gotten to you. Everyone in Yunju knows nobody walks out of the Hua compound intact. That was common knowledge. Hu Tianqi's habit of inviting people to tea was no secret. Guess I'm the exception. Hu Tianqi doesn't think I'm worth the trouble. Chen Cheng said it flatly, then asked about the recipe development. He needed light soy sauce urgently. The hot pot restaurant in Shanghai was already breathing down his neck. It was another brand's location. After all, Chen Cheng had stalled long enough. It's almost ready for mass production, but is this soy sauce even good? Zhong Qiong admitted that compared to dark soy sauce, this light version was a completely different product, though the color looked much better. You don't get to decide that. Sometimes you need to shift your perspective. Chen Cheng told him light soy sauce was what the market demanded now. That if they didn't produce it, someone else would. Plenty of examples existed. The next one could easily be Hu Tianqi. Chen Cheng couldn't guarantee Hu Tianqi wouldn't get a wild idea and compete with him. Not that he was afraid. But the Hu family still controlled significant market share. To discourage him, Chen Cheng would need a different angle. President Hu, how's your mouth feeling? Chen Cheng smiled and dialed Hu Tianqi's number. At this hour, most people would be asleep. Chen Cheng, are you insane? Do you know what time it is? Hu Tianqi sounded irritated, but the voice was unmistakably his. I've got something to discuss. Meet me at the Yunju barbecue stand. My treat. Chen Cheng hung up smiling. He didn't say another word. He knew the man would show. Hu Tianqi stood frozen for a long moment before it clicked that Chen Cheng had just invited him to dinner. But when he tried calling back, the phone was dead. He told himself to ignore it. Curiosity. 10 minutes later, a deeply reluctant Hu Tianqi sat down at the stall. President Hu, here. I ordered these for you. Chen Cheng handed him the skewers. The seasoning blend he'd developed made all the difference. What do you want from me? I'm not stupid enough to eat your food. Even as he spoke, Hu Tianqi's hand was already reaching. Free food was free food. Give me 500 million, and I'll give you a bright future. Hu Tianqi nearly dropped his skewer. This man was completely out of his mind. The barbecue boss wasn't the only one stunned. Every customer at the stall froze. They all recognized the man who just walked in, Wang Changsheng, the young guy asking him for money, though. That one was a stranger. 100 billion. Who does this guy think he is? No joke, the guts on him unreal. The murmured opinions bounced between disbelief and outright scorn. Wang Changsheng's voice flattened. 100 billion. You can't be serious. Fu Buoluan's dismissive smile cut right through him. What's the matter? CEO Wang can't come up with 100 billion? The confidence behind that question hit Wang like a spotlight, exposing every secret he hoped to keep buried. He drained his beer in one long pull. 100 billion. What do I get out of it? Profit. No guarantees. If you're lucky, you double it. If not, it vanishes. Fu Buoluan didn't make promises. He didn't need to. No one had ever conned him. And no one ever would. Wang's appetite was gone. He stared at the skewers without really seeing them. That's not what I expected. Give me a second. Fu nudged the plate closer. Don't think too long. This window won't stay open forever. I'm done eating. Wang waved him off. Try it with the glaze, better than the cumin. Fu wasn't bluffing. The new batch he'd brought in was cleaner and sharper than the old recipe. The other bosses were already experimenting with Feng Yang's traditional blend, different profile, but the quality was obvious. Wang grabbed a skewer anyway, bit down, and stopped mid-chew. Wait. Don't tell me this came from your factory. Bingo. Fu shrugged like it was nothing. That was when the crowd finally connected the dots. He was the man who'd snatched up the sauce factory and turned the whole city upside down. Mr. Fu, what a pleasure. A casually dressed middle-aged man strode over and shook Fu's hand with an easy grin. Wang scowled. "Young Master Wu. Can't you see I'm sitting here?" Wu's smile didn't flicker. "I'm not here for you. I'm here for Mr. Fu." He turned to Fu Buoluan. "If you can't spare 100 billion, I can. No strings attached. He just wanted to be friends. I never turn down a good offer." Fu's tone stayed light, but his eyes stayed fixed on Wang, watching his expression tighten. Predictably, Wang snapped. "Hold on, you think I don't have the money? Transfer it, now, Wu." Wang pulled out his phone, demanded Fu's account number, and wired 100 billion to pure dominance. Wu didn't blink. He sent another 100 billion right back. In less than 2 minutes, 200 billion landed in Fu's account. In this city, the Wang family still held the top spot, followed by the Wu family, but young Master Wu had been closing the distance fast. If anyone could get under Wang Chongqing's skin, it was him. Some people need to learn a little restraint. Having money doesn't mean you have to splash it around. Wu bit into a skewer. Still grinning, Wang sputtered. If Fu weren't standing right there, he would have put Wu in his place without a second thought. "There's another way to settle this," Fu said, his voice casual. Both men swung toward him. "What?" "Spit it out." Wang's patience had evaporated completely. "See who invests more. 100 billion is yesterday's number. How much higher can you go?" Fu's calm turned Wang's blood to steam. He was not about to let some newcomer make him look small. And Fu wasn't going anywhere, anyway. That he could always be invited back for a private conversation later. Wang transferred another 100 billion, draining every last drop of his company's liquid capital. 200 billion total. That was not a small sum. Fu had expected this, but if Wang had held back even a little, he could have squeezed out more. Wu hadn't added a single cent. I don't carry that kind of cash around. Not every rich kid is a spoiled brat. Wu paid the bill, gave Fu a nod, and walked out. From the start, he'd been testing how deep Fu's connection to Wang really went, and his own 100 billion, he was certain it would come back with interest. "Fu Buoluan, I'm starting to think you set me up." Wang was slow on the uptake, but the truth finally landed. He'd walked straight into a trap. Except he had no proof. Fu never left fingerprints. "How could you even think that? If you want, I'll return both payments right in front of young Master Wu." Fu's indignation was perfectly timed. The threat of humiliation made Wang back down instantly. Wu would mock him for sure, so he swallowed the loss. Besides, Fu had dropped hints about returns. He'd get something back. "Do I look like a man who breaks his word? I said it. It's done." Wang stood, fired off a few curt instructions, and stormed toward the door, leaving Fu alone at the table with a faint smile. What's the best way to invest 1.5 billion? Honestly, having that much cash land in his lap all at once left Wang Ping'an a little dazed. "Never thought I'd be the type to stress over money," he muttered with a dry laugh. He'd started out with a small ball strategy, so there was never any real pressure. Now he had to figure out how to put that money where it would actually work. The small ball approach clearly wasn't for him anymore. Fast money making faster money, that was the new play. "Is there a port near Love Island? I heard a ship horn earlier." Wang Ping'an blinked awake and glanced at Yu beside him. "Yeah, Love Island's biggest seaport is about 5 or 6 kilometers from here," Yu said. "Really?" Wang Ping'an frowned. How had he missed that when he arrived? The port was shut down for 2 days due to regulations, Wang Feng explained from the other side. It just reopened today, so there's a sudden flood of ships. He and the team had already scouted the port but came up empty. Nobody there wanted their products. First time he'd ever been shut out that hard. Wang phone, grab some drinks and talk to the trading houses on Love Island. I'm heading to the port. Wang Ping'an was ready to invest in shipping trade. He planned to use that $1.5 billion to expand ocean-going and short-haul cargo fleets. The reason was simple. He wanted a cut of the pie right now. Maritime shipping was the hot trade model. Air freight still wasn't fully mature, and all goods had to move through customs. That left him plenty of room to scale domestic and international trade, and he already had the channels for it. He pulled out his phone and dialed Robert. The guy picked up fast. "Wang, you got good news for me?" Robert knew that when Wang Ping'an called, it usually meant something worth his time. The guy didn't like bothering people over nothing. "Yeah, I do. Check if you've got any contacts at Love Island Port. I'm looking to invest in shipping trade." Wang Ping'an laid it out plain. He told Robert this play could turn one investment into a fortune. "How much capital are we talking? Because shipping trade isn't something you can talk your way into." Robert gave a light laugh. $1.5 billion. And yeah, I want you to help me negotiate the price down. This is basically my net worth. Wang Ping'an wasn't being modest. In the past, that kind of money meant nothing, just bargaining chips. You never showed your full hand. But after sinking capital into Tencent and NetEase, his liquid cash was tight. The acquisitions had only squeezed his finances harder. He could scrape together a lot more if he went all in, but selling off his stock right now would be a terrible move. "Got it. I'll set it up." 5 minutes later, Robert called back. He'd found someone, an old acquaintance named Jones, captain of an ocean-going cargo vessel. Their fleet was strictly commercial. When Wang Ping'an met Jones, he saw a weathered, salt-of-the-earth man. Not the pampered type like Robert. You could tell at a glance. "Mr. Jones, I'm Wang Ping'an. I'm a friend of Robert's." Jones shook his hand warmly. "Mr. Wang, Robert doesn't call many people friends. You're the first." He smiled and gestured for Wang to come aboard. It was 2005, but their merchant ship had everything it needed. "The whole vessel isn't cheap, but it's not outrageous either. So, Mr. Wang, how much are you looking to invest, and what's your approach?" Jones tossed the question to him, clearly hoping Wang would make the first move. That way he could gauge things. If Wang stayed quiet, that would be a problem. "I want to invest $500 million to expand your cargo capacity, not just for goods. If conditions allow, I want a cut of the transport profits too." Wang Ping'an smiled. That was his real goal. He didn't put in a full billion because he'd already done the math. This shipment was high value, so the insurance and transport costs were steep. Throwing in $1 billion might make the other party balk. It would give Wang too much leverage. "No problem at all. We're open to that model, but I have to be straight with you. Ocean trade isn't just about shipping." Jones then walked Wang through every detail of cross-border freight. He explained that pulling this off would mean clearing a lot of hurdles. Maybe the $500 million wouldn't yield as much profit as Wang was imagining. "What if I told you I've got products ready for export?" Wang didn't elaborate. That one probe caught Jones off guard. "I don't have overseas channels myself, but since we're sitting down to do business, I'll lay it out. All my products go through you for distribution. After costs, we split the profits 50-50. Wang was confident. He believed his products would make waves abroad. The foreign market was still wide open for this kind of thing. "All right, I can give it a try, but I can't front the initial costs." Jones's hesitation made sense. He didn't know if Wang's goods could actually break into the market. If they couldn't, the round-trip shipping costs alone would be staggering. "Don't worry. If I'm investing, I won't let you take the hit." And with that, Wang locked in 30 container slots on Jones's vessel. Every shipment moving through those 30 slots belonged to him. He'd get a 10% cut on round-trip transport fees, which was already a premium rate. If things went well, one voyage could net him tens of millions. The reason Jones agreed so quickly was that he could use that 500 million to scale up. He could sell his current ship and buy one with bigger displacement, stronger engines, more cargo space, better across the board. One more thing. I want to set up a fleet, small cargo ships. Wang told Jones he wanted to run cross-border shipping himself, but he probably didn't have enough capital. How much do you have? Jones knew the business inside out. He also understood why Wang had invested first before bringing this up. It was a way to secure a friendly price. 1 billion. When that number hit the air, Jones raised an eyebrow. Ziegler shook his head. Honestly, I've never seen an investor like you. Wang Ping'an's approach didn't fit the mold. Most people with over $1 billion in capital wouldn't even consider shipping. Chartering a plane cost only around 10 million, and retired aircraft were even cheaper. Back home, that kind of money could buy you an airline with 10 planes, easily. Not interested. The domestic market's too underdeveloped. I'd never recoup my investment flying planes right now. Wang Ping'an understood the reasoning. Once he streamlined his transport network, air freight would be the logical next step. He could get ahead of the curve, build a pricing gap between ground and air shipping, and raise rates without pushback. The future was a single system that merged logistics and express delivery. I get it. I can help you search for a ship, but they're hard to come by. Ziegler offered his own vessel instead. The price was fixed, 1 billion for the ship, a full crew, and all the paperwork squared away. If Wang was interested, they could move forward immediately. Works for me. You can stay on as the registered owner, just manage it properly for me, Ziegler. That was simple. Ziegler was more than happy. If the cargo hold wasn't full, he could use the extra space himself. He signed the contract on the spot, solid terms, drafted under both countries' standard regulations with the exchange rate pegged to the local Latin American currency. Then here's to a successful partnership. Ziegler spent the rest of the day assembling the fleet. He recruited crewmen from Latin America and pulled plenty of sailors from the port city. These men had real experience. Back in 2005, lots of people were hungry for overseas work. Etc. The wages and bonuses dwarfed anything inland jobs could offer. It was a much better deal. 3 days later, Wang Ping'an's fleet launched from the port. Before it departed, he had loaded a massive inventory. The herbal tea and sauces alone filled 10 shipping containers. Price them however you want. Our costs are practically nothing. Wang handed Ziegler a detailed list before leaving. He told him to stick to the strategy. Goods were already expensive in Latin America. The exchange rate was 6-1, so a tea that cost 4 yuan would start at 24, hard to wrap your head around, but whether it sold wasn't his concern. So Mr. Wang slips away and builds his own fleet. I wonder how much of my billion I'll ever see again. General Manager Liu materialized behind Wang Ping'an without a sound for 2 days. He'd been getting a steady stream of updates on Wang's movements. He just hadn't said a word. A month-and-a-half round trip, depending on the stops. The key is, I'm not doing one-way trade. Wang Ping'an smiled at General Manager Liu. The man clearly didn't understand the concept. One-way meant shipping goods in a single direction. Wang's plan was to sell his products all along the route, then load up on popular local items for the return leg. That would slash transport costs and cut out the middlemen. From now on, he controlled the supply chain, all perfectly legal. Let's hope so that if you don't break even, I won't make things easy for you. General Manager Liu turned and walked away. He knew Wang Ping'an had a plan, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Honestly, you're sure about this? Feng Yang's voice dropped. As Wang's right-hand man, He could speak freely. I'm sure our sauces especially, they'll blow up in Chinese restaurants. Wang's voice carried absolute certainty. He never took a loss. He had 6 months to cash in before import-export policies shifted. After that, his margin might shrink a little, but expansion would still be easy. Back in the city, Wang sorted through paperwork. Most of his analysis went deep into market economics. I've covered the high-demand goods, but nothing else is moving. His liquid cash was tight, but he could safely pull a few million from the company account. You mean move into the service sector? General Manager Liu frowned, though he couldn't help admiring Wang's instincts. Get Li Changyu over here. We need to talk this through, all three of us. Operating in the city meant they'd eventually run up against the Liu and Li families. Bringing them in as partners would let Wang run the business smoothly, without constant roadblocks. Those two hotheads had the time and energy to keep daily operations humming. Mr. Wang, I hear you've got a new idea. Let's hear it. Li Changyu rubbed his hands together and sat down with a grin. We're opening an integrated entertainment complex. Wang laid it out: 6 internet cafes, 3 bathhouses, and 2 high-end karaoke lounges, all within the city. Hold up, Wang, have you figured out what this is going to cost us? General Manager Liu's brow furrowed. He wasn't careless with his money, of course. Around 40 million land, build-out, equipment. It might creep a little higher. Wang was aiming for top quality. These places needed to stay profitable for 10, maybe 20 years. No cutting corners. This time, Li didn't stay silent. He fired off a dozen questions. It was the first time he'd heard Wang talk about these industries, and definitely not on this scale. Are you sure we can recoup the investment? Li asked seriously. Positive. As long as we maintain our service standards and refresh the equipment regularly, we'll make it all back. He explained that this was the current wave. It wasn't mainstream yet, and that scarcity would let them lock down the market early. Alright, I'm in. What about you, Liu? Li shot a faint, almost mocking look at General Manager Liu. Of course I'm in. You think I don't understand Mr. Wang's vision? Liu puffed out his chest, saving face, then gave a firm nod, his tone sharp. Wang Ping'an scoffed. Ridiculous. The word failure isn't in my vocabulary. The joint stock model was actually pretty progressive. It meant Wang Ping'an didn't have to micromanage every second. Plus, with 2 major bosses backing him, the setup was already rock solid. Even an idiot couldn't screw this up. Every variable had been calculated. One thing I don't get, Mr. Wang, Fengyang said. Given where we are, what kind of scale are we talking about? He mentioned a useful benchmark in Island Coast, but copying that model would leave them a step behind. If we're doing it, we go all out, Li Changyu cut in. It has to be bigger, way more luxurious than theirs. To him, this wasn't a hard call. His gut had never steered him wrong. The Li family didn't dominate Central Island Coast by accident. A lot of factors played into it, but the biggest one was simple. Li Changyu knew how to leverage momentum. That was a skill all on its own. Most people had no clue and just ran their companies straight into the ground. Since he'd started working with Wang Ping'an, he'd learned a lot. Market economics was the real king. Let's just follow Mr. Wang's lead, Li Changyu said. We'll handle contacting the suppliers and material vendors. Suppliers and distributors were no problem. In a city like Island Coast, who would dare snub their 2 families? Wang Ping'an had already mapped out the branding and the data. With that kind of safety net, there was nothing to worry about. Everything was ready to go. It was hard to think of a single loose end. Let's leave it there for now, Wang Ping'an said. You 2 reach out to everyone we need, get the land price as low as possible. He had something more important to handle. If he could pull it off, It would save them a huge chunk of money. This was a Wonder Buildings complex. It needed facilities and staff. Wang Ping'an's next move was to find sponsors. Sponsorship was simple. Whoever paid the most got their ad. In this day and age, nobody really understood it. They just knew you put your ad somewhere visible, so Wang Ping'an spent 5 hours putting together a brochure with the concept designs he'd drawn up. They were rough sketches, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that people could see what this place was going to become. Once that was sorted, there weren't many factors left to worry about. First stop, right here. Wang Ping'an glanced at the advertising agency's sign and smiled. He was quickly ushered inside. Hello, welcome. You're here about advertising, right? We have tons of prime spots, real premium locations. The receptionist was enthusiastic. She led him in and poured him a full cup of tea. I'm here to see your boss. Tell him I've got at least 6 storefronts that need advertising. She hurried him into the office. The boss looked up at Wang Ping'an. A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes, but he didn't dare act casual. He quickly told his secretary to brew a fresh pot of high-end tea. The advertising business was the most profitable. No real costs, just middleman margins. You negotiate terms and prices with the storefronts, then sell the space to other clients. All you're paying is the rent. So, what kind of prime spots do you have? I'm not short on clients. 6 or 7 storefronts, not open yet, but the only availability is on opening day. Wang Ping'an handed over his proposal. At this scale, the daily rental is 30,000. 30,000? The boss sucked in a breath. Do you even know the price of the hottest location in all of Island Coast? I don't, actually, but I'm telling you, these spots will be worth more than 30,000 a day. Your call. Wang Ping'an told him the window wouldn't stay open. He had other agencies to visit. This was a steal. Whether to take it was up to him. Well, let me think. The boss paused. Wang Ping'an's words had clearly landed. The scale in that proposal was unprecedented. When it opened, the first day would be packed. People wouldn't even be able to get in, and his ads would be seen by everyone. That was real, effective exposure. I'll sign. 30,000 a day. That's 180,000 total. He didn't hesitate. He pulled 180,000 in cash from his safe and set it on the desk. There will be follow-up ads, simple roll-up banners. If that works, 30,000 a month. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly and signed the contract. From now on, the advertising was handled. He'd maximize usable space without eating up interior square footage. Placement was strategic. A lobby and a perimeter were 2 very different things. He would never stick ads inside the lobby. That would mess with his own branding. There was only one golden position. Here's to a successful partnership. With that done, Wang Ping'an headed to the most luxurious club in Island Coast. He wanted to see how they operated, but one thing made him curious. This club didn't belong to either the Li or Feng families. Welcome, sir, please come in. The doorman greeted him warmly and escorted him inside, explaining that the club offered top-tier service throughout. Of course, the prices matched. Most customers were high-level bosses. Wang Ping'an asked around and learned the minimum membership deposit was 10,000. That meant they pulled in that much in upfront financing, and no one could blow it all in one visit. The club was fairly traditional: baths, game rooms, a tea restaurant, everything under one roof. This is steep, Wang Ping'an muttered to himself. For Island Coast, this is top level. But the facilities weren't over the top, totally different from his own vision. That actually helped solidify his approach. He mentally set his own membership tier at 15,000, with a cap of 100,000. Anyone who joined would get better service than anywhere else. Alright, I won't get a membership, just the bill. He'd basically just taken a bath. It cost over $100 in 2005. That was serious money. Even Wang Ping'an felt the sting. Ziegler slid into the booth with a grin. Yunzhou's top billionaire just dropped a fortune on a new wonder building. You interested? He'd made a habit of waiting at this cafe every afternoon until General Manager Liu and Boss Wang showed up. I thought the Wang family was the richest name in Yunzhou, General Manager Liu said, puzzled. He shot Boss Wang a look. Boss Wang shifted in his seat. Top family, sure that's us, but top billionaire? Not even close. He explained that Yunzhou's wealthiest individual was ranked by personal fortune alone. No family empire, just one man. Over the last 3 years, the guy had become something of a legend. How do you figure? General Manager Liu's interest sharpened. How had he never heard of him? His name is Old Jiang. He's in his 50s, but the man has an uncanny nose for opportunity. Boss Wang laid it out. Old Jiang was a real estate mogul who could grab any plot in Yunzhou and command his ideal price. He was his own developer, no middlemen, no partners. If you wanted in, you followed his rules. What if I don't want to play along? Not every businessman runs with the herd. Fine, but if you won't follow, someone else will. Ziegler jumped in. Old Jiang runs his own system. He adjusts prices at will. The wonder building he bankrolled 3 years ago has already doubled in value. The ripple is spreading. He's put wonder buildings all around it. Sounds like this guy really knows his stuff. General Manager Liu smiled, then sighed. He genuinely wanted to meet Old Jiang. There weren't many minds like that left in Yunzhou. The very least. He wanted answers from everything he'd gathered. Old Jiang's theories were a solid 5 years ahead of the curve back then. The economy revolved around wonder buildings. They controlled the entire business ecosystem. And Old Jiang didn't just own 1 or 2 projects. Some people called him the undisputed king of Yunzhou. You don't prove you're king by talking. If we can't cooperate, we have to surpass him. General Manager Liu knew exactly what would happen if they didn't get this under control. Every one of his industries would be squeezed dry. Once the other side's influence consolidated, there'd be no breaking free. The grip would lock everything tight, and customers would be trapped. You're thinking of going head-to-head with Old Jiang? Feng Yang spoke up, the name clearly new to him. What else? A man like that won't leave room for real cooperation. The best move is to take him out. The most effective way to handle a terrifying opponent was to strangle him in his cradle. Give him time, and he'd only grow stronger. I support you, but be careful. If Old Jiang has gotten this big, half the business owners in Yunzhou answer to him. The very least. He can choke anyone's lifeline whenever he wants. Feng Yang hit the nail on the head. No matter how much rent tenants paid Old Jiang, a brand might keep customers coming back, but without the right location, the prime spot, they were worthless. No consumer pined for a business ripped out by the roots. What General Manager Liu didn't expect was that before he could even approach Old Jiang, trouble came knocking first. Damn it, the land deals we lined up just got snatched. Boss Wang slammed his fist on the table. They threw a few $100,000 in compensation our way. What good is that? It completely wrecked his plans. Every location General Manager Liu had chosen was solid, able to pull traffic from all the surrounding commercial and residential zones. Building a 4-way connected hub wasn't easy. I'm starting to think Old Jiang is behind this. Boss Wang said with absolute certainty. He downed his tea in one gulp. He doesn't want us opening. Can't say for sure it's him. But the compensation came through awfully fast. General Manager Liu gave a bitter smile. A few $100,000 sounded like a lot, but against what he'd planned to earn, it was a drop in the bucket. 7 plots yanked at once. That was deliberate. So what do we do now? We can't just stall forever. No, we can't stall. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. General Manager Liu said he was going to launch a new play. At the very least, they had to win round 1 against old Jiang, otherwise, they'd never turn this around. The situation across Yunju was already grim. I need both of your help starting now, we move together. He looked at Boss Wang and Ziegler. They nodded in unison. Ziegler, find out where his newest wonder building is. We're cutting in. If they were going to strike, it had to be fast. Money wasn't the issue. General Manager Liu had a dozen ways to steal old Jiang's thunder and snatch every advantage without losing a cent. We give him money inside the wonder building, but outside? That's a completely different story. We won't lose money, we'll siphon off his customers. He had 5 plans ready. The primary one was a low-cost karaoke chain, not the original club model, that would slash costs by more than half and let them blanket the city in no time. We'll scale from 3 locations to 7. I want land near all his wonder buildings, and I want it fast. General Manager Liu's confidence was absolute. Old Jiang would never expect them to charge straight into his territory. What do we tell people when we negotiate? We can't exactly say we're opening karaoke bars. Tell them we're opening top-tier restaurants, cafes, specifically. It wasn't the whole truth, but they could put cafes and internet cafes right across from the karaoke bars. Those functions didn't conflict. The expansion was swift and brutal. Wang Ping'an had already drained millions from his accounts, and the Li and Feng families were all in a single day. They'd scraped together over $1 billion in cash on top of the $1.5 billion they'd already handed over. Wang Ping'an, our money is riding on you. Taking down that old man comes down to you now. Feng Yang had to say it. For the first time ever, he was terrified of losing everything. Before, with no real competition, he'd trusted Wang Ping'an completely. Now they were surrounded by wolves and tigers, and Boss Wang was a sharp old fox. How could they possibly beat him? I'm betting Boss Wang's property expansion can't keep up with ours, Wang Ping'an said, looking smug. The moment his development plans got approved, he moved fast. Small physical businesses weren't like real estate, commercial or residential projects took at least 3 years. In that time, Wang Ping'an would drain every drop of customer traffic from the area. Whether they built apartments or rezoned later, he couldn't lose. Strange, for the first time, Boss Wang didn't try to block us. Li Chongyu had initially asked others for help, but eventually just operated under his own name. There was no pushback, except the few plots Wang Ping'an had his eye on were bought out by the other side. You win some, you lose some. Can't avoid it. We're used to it by now, Wang Ping'an said, signaling Feng Yang to move to the next phase. He planned to empty the wallets of every consumer in the area. It was all about marketing and spectacle. He could already predict Boss Wang's countermove, using every connection to shut him down, making sure no word got out. But Wang Ping'an's methods weren't ordinary. He was going to lock up every single ad spot and billboard. Sorry, boss, back again. The ad agency owner grinned when he saw Wang Ping'an walk in. Mr. Wang, what can I do for you? Is it about those 6 billboards? No, we've got 30 storefronts ready. Interested? Wang Ping'an smiled. The price is explosive. If the owner needed more, he could call directly. Wang Ping'an wrote down his phone number carefully and explained that from now on, every deal closed would earn the owner a 30% commission. I bet you've never raked in money like this before. Unbelievable. Mr. Wang, you're incredible. The owner nodded, genuinely impressed. He just heard that Boss Wang was crushing Wang Ping'an's group, but now, hearing about 30 storefronts, he realized those rumors were faked. To boost his own credibility, he started pitching Wang Ping'an's business to every client. Soon, the first people to hear about Wang Ping'an's physical store push weren't customers in Yunju, they were small business owners. What the hell is Wang Ping'an up to? I can't figure him out anymore, Boss Wang muttered. Utterly confused. He'd felt in control until now. Now everything was murky. Our intel says Wang Ping'an already owns 30 storefronts, and the number is exploding, his secretary whispered. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. At that, Boss Wang burst out laughing. 30 storefronts. I only gave them a shot at 5 or 6 stores total. 30 is a damn joke. He'd been watching Wang Ping'an's every move for days. He knew exactly what had happened. No way Wang Ping'an could fool him. Don't listen to his bullshit. It's all tricks. Spread the word. Wang Ping'an's blowing smoke, just a bluff. But the moment Wang Ping'an released that news, Li Changyu and Feng Yang started buying up other properties non-stop. They went for broke, grabbing not just storefronts but entire land titles, everything at current land prices. Those words, paired with piles of fresh cash, left no one doubting them. Within 3 days, their acquisitions were nearly complete. You might not believe this, but we now have nearly 100 storefronts. Dozens of them are connected, Li Changyu said. The construction crews would start linking them all tomorrow morning, creating a combined space even bigger than before. Nice work. Remember to save the prime spots. We need to drive up the price. Wang Ping'an's approach was the opposite of conventional, but it aligned perfectly with Boss Wang's core thinking. He'd just slipped under everyone's radar. Boss Wang, something's off. Wang Ping'an's people have cordoned off the areas they bought and no idea what they're doing inside, the secretary reported. Boss Wang jumped. He quickly pieced it together. Wang Ping'an was building a path in the open while sneaking in the back door. Damn it. He spread out a map and circled all the construction sites. Then the problem hit him. Wang Ping'an was terrifying. Before, it was just a big intersection inside their territory, a few businesses connected. Now it was a grid of outposts, slowly gnawing away at his commercial property. And before the land permits were even finalized, Wang Ping'an had already grabbed the prime locations outside. Those bastards are shameless. Boss Wang cursed for the first time. He couldn't stomach Wang Ping'an's tactics. Are we walking right into his trap? The secretary asked if they could break the contract, someone else would take over the land. No, that's our model. If someone else takes it, we lose everything. He'd already paid millions in penalty fees, and that was just the first step. Buying those storefronts cost millions too. Now he was trapped by his own method, no way to pull out. I'll go talk to Wang Ping'an. The secretary snorted and strode out, but Boss Wang yanked him back. Don't be an idiot. The most important thing right now is to stay calm. We haven't lost completely. Uncle Chow's voice cut through the room like a blade. The secretary froze mid-step, already knowing what the order meant, but backing down wasn't an option. Put this on hold, Uncle Chow said. Do not disturb Wang Ping'an yet. He waved the man off. Good intentions aside, now was not the time to engage. Wang Ping'an was too sharp. One wrong move, and the kid would sniff out the whole strategy. Then everything would blow up in their faces. You didn't just fumble your way around an opponent like that. If Yunju were full of spoiled heirs like Wu Dao and Li Changyu, Uncle Chow could sleep easy, but Wang Ping'an had made a statement the moment he set foot in the city. The man's strength wasn't just cerebral, his methods were fast, brutal, and relentless. Wang Ping'an, Uncle Chow let a faint smile surface. When do I get a real fight with you? Don't make me wait too long. He was a veteran of this game. If he couldn't handle a challenge like this, what was the point? Across the city, Wang Ping'an was moving at full throttle. He'd already pushed ads into every one of his stores, dealing directly with the agency. Since he was their largest client, they didn't charge him a dime for the promo. Feng Yang had been blunt. Lock me in for the grand opening ad contracts, and let's call this a thank you gift. Wu Dao stared at the results, genuinely stunned. Damn, Wang Ji, you don't mess around. I can't believe our name's already all over the city. If he'd known things would accelerate this fast, he would have teamed up with Wang Ping'an from day one. This is step one. Wang Ping'an said, "We've got more in the pipeline, they won't see us coming." He never let up. The instant his opponent's guard slipped, he struck hard. Every move targeted their weakest points, and the first objective was already locked, so what's next? Li Changyou's voice was tight. Retaliation was the last thing he wanted. Everything Wang Ping'an did aimed straight at the enemy's supply chain. It was all about exploiting vulnerabilities. Next is simple, Wang Ping'an said. They never expected that every store they fought to collect would end up with zero-foot traffic. He'd done his research. Uncle Chow's main holdings sat squarely in physical retail. Prime locations, sure, but standalone brick-and-mortar shops couldn't thrive on their own. Retail needed complementary industries to draw people in. Without that pull, customers wouldn't make the trip. So you've already figured out how to shut Uncle Chow down? Li Changyou couldn't wrap his head around how fast Wang Ping'an moved. Was this guy really the type to hold a grudge? He'd assumed Wang Ping'an would just accept his position, show Uncle Chow a little respect at least. Right now, you two think he's the richest man in Yunju, Wang Ping'an said. I guarantee, within 6 months, you'll both overtake him. He wasn't bluffing. If these stores opened within a month, the first week's revenue alone would shatter expectations. He didn't need to overthink it. He'd run the numbers in his head 1,000 times. That night, Wang Ping'an went to scout a few of the streets they'd marked on the map. They avoided daylight hours. Uncle Chow's men were still lingering, watching for anything suspicious. They knew Wang Ping'an was up to something, but by the time they pieced it together, their power wouldn't be enough to stop him. Now's not the time to ease up, Wang Ping'an said with a laugh. He understood the situation inside and out. That's true. We don't owe Uncle Chow an explanation. Wu Dao passed around a pack of cigarettes before Wang Ping'an entered the picture. He and the Li family had been rivals, and no one would have guessed they'd end up on the same side. But Wang Ping'an had flipped the entire board. Both families now believed cooperation was the only path. Going solo wouldn't work, not with over 1 billion yuan invested and too many eyes watching. Wang Ji, I've always wondered, Li Changyou said, with your vision, why not take a company public? He'd never seen anyone with Wang Ping'an's ability. He even suspected Uncle Chow wouldn't last long against him. Wang Ping'an's charisma was off the charts. Every move he made convinced people he was unstoppable. A corporate group isn't that easy to run. 1 billion isn't enough yet. Wang Ping'an's smile was faint. He wouldn't commit to building a full conglomerate unless he had at least 10 billion. Look at Tencent, they were methodically restructuring for their IPO. In a process that long, cash flow was everything. If Wang Ping'an could ride the third quarter wave and rocket upward, that would be a different story. Forex isn't simple, and we don't have that kind of cash right now. How much was enough? Wang Ping'an didn't have a fixed number, but he could calculate exactly what he'd need. When you get a chance, get everything prepped for the grand opening. Once the money starts flowing into the accounts, we can expand overseas. That was the real goal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sunk 1.5 billion into shipping. If he'd used that money to build companies domestically, he could skip years of groundwork. But considering the shifts coming at the end of 2005, this move would let him stabilize. It was worth it, wasn't it? All our projects are stable right now. Old Jiang, come out to Yunju. I'm planning to cover the surrounding developed cities. Wang Ping'an called Nai Xiaolong to loop him in. The goal was simple: start expanding into the southwest. The pace was aggressive, but he'd have to enter those markets eventually. And since they operated in entertainment, it wouldn't interfere with local businesses. His year-end plan was to take his food company public, then diversify into other high-demand products. Who said he couldn't build a national brand in this era? His partnership with the Ku family wasn't just for show. This time, besides Nai Xiaolong, Wang Ping'an was bringing a newly formed sales team to Yunju. They were all top graduates recruited by Wang Feng, each carrying the title of project manager. Wang Pingen's goal was to train them up. They'd been training for months. Now they needed a real test. Wang Pingen picked the most developed city near Yunju, Yuntai City. Location is everything: transportation hub, commercial center. He handed out materials as the team held a quick meeting inside the Iveco. Boss, these are our targets. One project manager stared at the documents, confused. Yes, this is different from what you're used to. We build relationships, set up large-scale collaborations. Their old sales model focused on individuals, small suppliers, local distributors. This time, they'd go straight for the major players. If they could land strategic contracts or large orders, the whole Yuntai City market would crack open. Who handled daily operations wouldn't matter. Once the market broke, they wouldn't need to claw through it territory by territory. That's the new playbook. We're not stupid enough to open branded stores everywhere. Doesn't fit. Small convenience stores would still fill gaps, but Wang Pingen planned to negotiate partnership deals directly with major groups. He could guarantee a strong supply chain and distribution network. If someone refused, fine, he had time to build his own. That was real strategic cooperation. The moment they hit Yuntai City, they barely rested before splitting into assigned zones. Wang Pingen and Feng Yang drew the hardest target, Wang Chongsheng, the big boss of Yunzhong district. Word is Wang's got a strange temper. I asked around, plenty of our contacts got burned by him. Feng Yang forced a smile. He'd picked the toughest one, and he was worried. No client is impossible to close. If we want Yuntai City, we take this step. Whatever kind of hard case walked through the door, Wang Pingen would find the right angle to tee the entrance to Wang Group. Wang Pingen straightened his suit and walked in with a smile. Sir, do you have an appointment? The receptionist stepped forward, polite but firm. An appointment? I just had lunch with your CEO yesterday. You're asking me for an appointment. Are you trying to embarrass him? Wang Pingen gave a cold snort and strode straight into the elevator. Feng Yang right behind him. No one stopped them. Almost too easy. I seriously admire your ability to lead. No red face, no racing pulse. Feng Yang wiped sweat from his forehead. Wang Pingen was something else. Standard procedure. If a receptionist can stop you, you're not cut out for business. Wang Pingen smiled faintly, pushed open the office door, and walked in without a pause. He didn't greet Wang Chongsheng. He just sat down on the sofa. And you are? Wang Chongsheng frowned. He didn't recognize either of them. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Pingen, and this is my vice president, Feng Yang. We're here to have some tea and a chat. Wang Pingen started brewing tea without waiting for an invitation, taking control, making his presence felt. He wasn't worried about being thrown out. Once he kept going, Wang Chongsheng would have to keep up. Sure enough, Wang Chongsheng stood, intrigued by their audacity. He didn't call security. These two were interesting. I've never had anyone approach me like this. What do you want to talk about? Wang Chongsheng walked over, sat across from Wang Pingen, and tasted the first cup. The market economy, cooperative opportunities. Wang Pingen was blunt. He turned Feng Yang's cup upside down, rinsed it with hot water to keep the temperature consistent. Basic tea ceremony moves. And what exactly can we cooperate on? Wang Chongsheng stayed guarded, not swayed by boldness alone. That depends on your attitude. Wang Pingen pointed out that Wang Chongsheng was Yuntai City's biggest brick-and-mortar player, 3 malls, multiple specialty stores, a force to be reckoned with. So what product could possibly be worth my time? Take it up with my secretary. No need to come directly to me. Wang Changsheng shut him down flat. Not interested. I swear, if you refuse me today, you'll miss the biggest deal of your life. Wang Ping'an downed his tea in one gulp. He never lost a deal. That attitude caught Wang Changsheng off guard. Not many people stayed calm after he shot them down. I'm in food. I need an exclusive supplier for Yuntai City. You cover a lot of territory. I want to use your channels to expand. Wang Ping'an offered to supply exclusively to Wang Changsheng, letting him stock all the products. He'd only take cost. Even if a deal like that existed, it wouldn't land in my lap. And your product has zero market presence. Wang Changsheng dismissed him. The guy was dreaming. Never mind consumer demand, he hadn't seen a single item with daily sales. You're wrong. My product will get there, because your malls have premium shelf positions. Wang Ping'an pulled a catalog from his briefcase and handed it over. Take a good look before you decide. The catalog was fresh from headquarters, the ink still sharp. All of these are yours. Wang Changsheng froze. He didn't know Wang Ping'an, but every item in that catalog was a bestseller in the eastern and northern markets. They were stocked in nearly every store and supermarket, mostly through cross-regional distributors. 100% authentic. Now can we talk? Wang Ping'an smiled faintly. He'd expected exactly that reaction. Now the real conversation could start. Wang Changsheng dropped his earlier impatience, leaned in, and built rapport. After all, no one turns down business like this, a windfall with zero risk. But Wang Ping'an wasn't offering charity. He was building a fortress in Yuntai City, one handshake at a time, and Wang Changsheng had just let him through the gate. If you'd told me all of that the moment you walked in, I wouldn't have pushed back. I'd have let you do whatever you wanted. General Manager Liu smiled and leaned forward. Your food products can sell in my mall. The volume would be massive. There's just one catch, they're not everyday essentials. Nobody's going to make a special trip every day. Then what about the small shops and convenience stores? Wang Ping'an said. You've got those channels, right? He said it like it was nothing. All he had to do was give General Manager Liu a killer price. Liu could handle everything else, markups, distribution, whatever, as long as Wang Ping'an's own sales numbers held steady. He was fine. He'd just replicate the same model in every new city. If a place had a viable market, he'd show up himself. Beyond retail, he was already planning a chain of branded food shops. One more thing, Liu said, signaling his secretary. I wasn't sure I should bring it up. A few small snack packages were brought in. The design was nearly identical to Wang Ping'an's products. The taste was more or less the same, only the name had been tweaked. Imitations, Feng Yang said, fast and sharp, blatant counterfeits. These sell pretty well on Love Island. At first we couldn't tell them apart, but once we compared them properly, we realized they're complete knockoffs. Wang Ping'an's first option was obvious, sue and force a pull of every infringing product, but that wouldn't boost consumer awareness or make a real dent. The taste wasn't really that different, and the packaging was almost identical. What about fighting on price? Liu couldn't help but laugh. If you drop your prices, you lose your original positioning. If you raise them, customers run straight to the fakes. Value for money is all they care about. Change your packaging, that's bowing to the counterfeiters. They'll get bolder, expand their market, and use the old packaging to hook new buyers, and no matter what you do, you'll eat the loss. Here's the deal, Liu said. If you figure this out, I'll sign the contract right now. Fair enough. Love Island wasn't like other places. General Manager Liu genuinely wanted Wang Ping'an to win, but he wasn't about to make it easy. All right, Wang Ping'an said. Wait for my good news. He already knew a factory like that couldn't be running without the right licenses. Otherwise they'd never get production permits and batch numbers. If he went the regulatory or lawsuit route, the process would drag on. And in that time, the counterfeiters would only gain momentum. His partners could pull those products from shelves, but he couldn't stop every single consumer from buying them. "We've got a huge problem," Feng Yang said with a wry smile. "How do we kill these imitations? I never imagined snacks could be counterfeited." "Legal awareness is everything. Send a legal notice first. Give them 3 days. If they don't pull the products, it's court time." Wang Ping'an sent the bread sample in his hand to a professional lab for testing that would rule out any chance of error. If he could find a single crack in their operation, he'd win. Then Shen Group could issue a statement and wrap everything up cleanly. "That's laughable," said the other boss, the owner of the imitation factory. "If we had the guts to do this, a legal notice doesn't scare us." He knew legal awareness was weak. Besides, Shen Group was a major corporation. Even if they fought him, it would only give him more exposure. Backing down wasn't even an option. Instead, he ordered the factory to ramp up production, adding 3 new lines. "Looks like this guy won't learn his lesson," Feng Yang muttered, staring toward the factory in the distance. "Whatever his game is, messing with me won't end well." If exposure was what he wanted, Wang Ping'an wasn't giving him any. He'd leave the man with nowhere to turn. A price war, fine. He'd change his whole sales model. The same way Nai Xiaolong's factory had crashed, this imitation factory would follow. Call the sales teams. Tell every store manager, don't stock up starting now. We undercut their prices. Overnight, every product on the shelves got a Shen Group label. Even the product names carried a bold new brand mark. So cheap, 50 cents a pack. Regular customers could spot the difference, especially with Shen Group products placed in more visible spots. "How can the price be this low?" Another shopper was baffled. The other product with the same design was $2. Shen Group is doing a full launch promotion on Love Island. A few customers started grabbing items they paid, walked out, and loaded the products straight into cars. Wang Ping'an's sales team was behind it, manufacturing the look of a buying frenzy. They were plants. Wang Ping'an had done the work to protect his brand, or he'd be completely on the back foot. What the hell? Are those people insane? When the news hit, the other boss crushed his cigarette. Shen Group was waging an all-out price war. Drop the price. We'll drop 2.40 cents each. He immediately contacted his major suppliers. He needed the prime shelf space, no matter what it cost. He didn't know how deep his influence ran, but he wasn't giving up Love Island. "You dropped your price. We're raising ours. $2 each." Wang Ping'an ordered the packaging revamped and redesigned. The gift boxes stamped with the Shen Group logo looked better and felt more premium. He even invested over $100,000 directly to create a dedicated Shen Group product section, stocked with every category he produced. "We can't lose a price war. They're dead men walking." It was no exaggeration. The speed of the price changes was staggering. Anyone watching was confused, but impulse buyers kept coming, and just as Love Island buzzed with talk of the imitations, Wang Ping'an filed a lawsuit against the counterfeit factory. The reason was simple: infringement and counterfeit goods. Everyone figured Wang Ping'an was about to get screwed, but the truth, he'd been waiting to turn up the heat. This way, he could walk right into Yuntai City without lifting a finger. Especially with a lawsuit still hanging over the place. A double lock. Nobody would see this play coming. "I'm starting to wonder if I actually get IT'd at BY doing this. We're basically giving those counterfeit factories room to breathe. They swap labels, swap packaging, and put everything back on the shelves, right?" Feng Yang was the one thinking ahead. He felt Wang Ping'an was moving too fast. Not exactly. If you knew a little about the law, you'd understand. Even if they swapped the packaging, every cent they made up until now came from infringement. Wang Ping'an smiled. He made it clear that fact alone was enough to bury them. Now I see it. This move of yours, you pull the rug out, send them packing, and plant yourself right on top. Feng Yang couldn't help but admire how Wang Ping'an's mind worked sharp. Not something most people could pull off. Honestly, Wang Ping'an didn't have a choice. The knockoffs were gutting his market share, and this was a brand that hadn't even gone national yet. If things kept sliding, someone else would snatch the win right out from under him. That was the last thing he wanted, so he wasn't about to compromise. Not an inch. Everything was locked in now until he could relaunch the brand and claw the market back. One official letter and our whole factory is dead. What do we do? Li Changyu hadn't thought he'd done anything wrong. Now he was in full panic mode. He never imagined Wang Ping'an would push things this far. What can we do? Time's almost up. We admit our mistake before the verdict drops, or we find a way to work with Wang Ping'an. Maybe we still have a shot. The deputy director laid it out. Only one path left: cut losses or die. Isn't there any other way to fight back? Li Changyu asked, desperate to make one last gamble. Not right now. You see a better option? Because I sure don't. The other man answered straight, no bullshit. So the counterfeit factory wasn't just shut down. They'd have to hand over every dime they'd made to cover the lawsuit damages. Set up a meeting with Wang Ping'an. I need to see him. Li Changyu made his decision. He had to minimize the damage as much as possible. He couldn't afford to let this bury him. With no better option on the table, the deputy director had someone reach out to Wang Ping'an immediately. They expected him to blow them off. Instead, Wang Ping'an showed up right on time. He gave them that respect. The factory's entire management stood before him. Li Changyu's attitude was genuine. After all, his survival hung in the balance. Mr. Wang, this is all on me. I'm here to make up for your losses. Li Changyu admitted he'd been blinded by greed. Whatever punishment Wang Ping'an decided, he'd take it. It's not about admitting fault. It's about the fact that you infringed. Wang Ping'an stressed the key point. The other guy still didn't grasp what infringement really meant. If they just wanted to make money, they could have become Wang Ping'an's partners or his distributors. Either way, the margins would have been decent, but by doing this, they'd made it impossible for Wang Ping'an to let it slide. He didn't have that kind of patience. Forgive one merchant today, and 100 more just like them would crawl out tomorrow. Tell you what. I'll play good cop. Feng Yang smiled. He said they still had to follow procedure. Protocol was protocol, but he could handle buying out the whole processing plant, turn it into a subsidiary of E Group. Of course, that money was separate from the damages. How much Wang Ping'an wanted in damages was one thing. What the factory was worth depended on the assessment. Deal. Li Changyu let out a breath. At least this bought him a little room to breathe, but he hadn't expected the infringement damages to climb into the millions, more than he'd actually made in profit. The definition of counterfeit goods isn't exactly precise. If we go with our plan, you'd owe a lot more than this. Wang Ping'an wasn't exaggerating. If he wanted to, he could sue until there was nothing left, but he didn't want to go that far. Leave a little room. You never know when you might need it. Thank you. Li Changyu could only offer genuine gratitude. He wasn't going to beg Wang Ping'an for a free pass anymore. Wang Ping'an's move was ruthless, but it also served as a warning. Every merchant thinking about cutting corners to tarnish his product had better think twice. Not everything gets decided by wishful thinking. Just prepare to pay the damages. As for the factory, I'm buying it now. Wang Ping'an didn't go after anyone else. Partly because Li Changyu had asked him not to. He was taking full responsibility. The only thing left to do was pay. 6 million in damages plus, we'll buy the factory for 1 million. Wang Ping'an gestured for Feng Yang to wire the money and sign the contract. Deal. $1 million was fair somewhere else. Li Changyu couldn't have sold it for that much. He was genuinely grateful to Wang Ping'an. Without him, the losses would have been far worse. Starting now, all employees are demoted one level. Pay stays the same, management gets demoted too. Wang Ping'an still had to enforce some discipline. If they chose to stay, they'd take the hit. Of course, he had his own way of handling people. If he couldn't manage these guys, what kind of grand plans was he even talking about? He'd be a laughingstock. Did you hear? The verdict on the fakes is out. Everything we bought was counterfeit. The consumers weren't stupid. When the news exploded, they figured out the truth fast. But Wang Ping'an's approach was ruthless. He recalled everything, real and fake alike. He brought in media for interviews, made sure everyone saw the raw materials he was tossing out, because he refused to profit off fakes, even if it meant cutting his own losses. Alright, we'll deal with the rest of the damages later. You can work off the debt. Wang Ping'an didn't strip Li Changyu of his factory manager title. He kept his perks, but the remaining 3 million, that would take 30 years of work to pay off. I have no complaints, this was my choice. For 30 years, Li Changyu wouldn't see a salary. His only income would be dividends from the factory. In other words, if he wanted to get back on his feet, he'd have to make Wang Ping'an's brand a success. Boss Wang's being generous, don't you think? At least we've still got something to work toward. She had a point. It wouldn't take 30 years. If Wang Ping'an pushed hard, that factory could pull in 3 million in 3 years. Maybe more. 300,000 was a couple months' work. Barely worth mentioning. Right, Wang Ping'an said. I want all of you out there scouting. Find me locations for a supermarket. Island Coast had plenty of shopping centers, but not a single grocery store worth the name. So Wang Ping'an planned to build one from scratch, using a convenience store model. Not some big box behemoth, small stores that could eventually line every street and alley. It wasn't a pipe dream. For one thing, rent and utilities were cheap. For another, it made shopping easy for people. And most importantly, whatever a supermarket had, he'd have it. Whatever it didn't have, he'd still stock. I'll get started right away. The deputy general manager led his core team out of the factory. They knew this was their shot at redemption. Beside him, Feng Yang stood silent. He'd dodged prison, but his dreams of getting rich were wrecked. Xiao Feng, you have to look ahead. Take this as a lesson. Wang Ping'an's tone was blunt. If it were him, he wouldn't dwell on it. He never did. There was nothing worth obsessing over. You're right, Feng said with a bitter laugh. But in Island Coast, what other way is there to make money? Island Coast isn't like other places. Local industries are thin. They mostly survive by riding on shares from other cities. Wang Ping'an explained that if they could reclaim those shares, it would fix the city's core problem. So you're saying I should go to other cities and drum up business? Feng blinked, still not catching on. Not exactly. If Island Coast doesn't have something, we make it exist. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly. If they could pull that off, he didn't care how much upfront investment it took. Besides, Feng's old specialty was knockoffs. His instincts were sharper than most. Got it, let me make some calls. Feng pulled out his phone and dialed one contact after another. To his surprise, quite a few bosses actually picked up. Everyone had assumed crossing Wang Ping'an meant Feng was finished, but here he was, only slightly restricted. Nothing had really changed. Hitching himself to Wang Ping'an's tree meant smooth sailing. Brother Wang, there aren't many industries we can tap into right now, Feng said, grimacing. If this is all we've got, people will get jealous. Island Coast was different. On the surface, everything looked calm. Underneath, the currents were already churning, and nobody could control them. I understand your concerns, but if other people's jealousy actually stopped us, would we be making money? Wang Ping'an gave a slight smile. He told Feng to act boldly. He'd cover his back if they were going to be timid. There was no point in continuing. That evening, Feng met with several major bosses. They saw potential in a partnership. Good news, sure, but the bad news wasn't far behind. After he walked out, they started talking. That Feng Yang is damn lucky. Others might let him slide, but I won't. Find a way to put him down for good. A few of them put their heads together. Feng was already ruined, hundreds of thousands in debt, living a fate worse than death. What more could killing him do? We have to stop him. I'm not about to let all our investment go to waste. These bosses had poured over $1 billion into monopolizing Island Coast. They'd turned it into their key market. No way they'd let Feng sweep in for a grand slam, not with Wang Ping'an backing him. The connection wasn't public, but it wasn't a secret either. Teach him a lesson, beat him until he gives in. No one had a better plan. That was their only option. Making an example of Feng wasn't easy, but they could still muster plenty of muscle. Take care, gentlemen. It's settled. Then, stepping out of the hotel, Feng was in high spirits. He'd landed a bunch of orders for Wang Ping'an, worth hundreds of thousands. Enough to wipe out his debt. As he turned to leave, a black trash bag slammed over his head. Before he could react, someone dragged him into a van. He had no idea how long they drove, bouncing around in the dark, before they finally yanked him out. Who are you people? Feng staggered upright, still dizzy. The next second, a heavy blow cracked against his skull. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is our boss wants you taught a lesson. A dozen thugs laid into him with fists and boots. The orders were clear: don't kill him. Anything else was fair game. 5 minutes later, Feng curled on the ground, too battered to fight back. A sack of meat. They threw him back into the van, drove to the same intersection, and dumped him out hard. By evening, Wang Ping'an got the news. Feng was hospitalized with severe injuries. Boss Wang, it had to be those bosses. They're targeting me. Feng could barely open his eyes. Just rest for now. This isn't going to slide. Wang Ping'an knew how these people operated. Feng's consolidation must have threatened them. They couldn't do anything in the open, but they had plenty of dirty tricks in the dark. Dig into their backgrounds. I don't care what it costs. Find out who did this. Wang Ping'an's order was absolute. No one dared disobey. Half a day later, word came back. Hugh of Island Coast was the mastermind. A bunch of those street punks, suddenly acting like fat cats, hanging around our bar. Normally they'd be stealing drinks, one boss stammered. But when they got drunk, they started bragging about what they'd done. Bring them here, and I mean bring them, politely. Wang Feng tossed a stack of bills onto the counter. He wasn't about to owe anyone a favor. Things had gone exactly as he wanted. Stirring up more trouble wasn't the plan. Understood, thank you, Mr. Wang. The owner backed away, deferential. By now, plenty of people in the city had picked a side. Wang Feng's influence was immense. Even though he was an outsider, most of the major players had aligned with him. His power ran deep, and his business network was far too extensive for a small city like Island Coast to contain. From where he stood, he held every advantage. What those other bosses were doing was a desperate last stand. It meant nothing. Mr. Wang, you have to help old Feng. If we don't clean this mess up, the whole factory's going to lose morale. The manager pressed, hoping Wang Feng would step in. I know what I'm doing, just wait. Half an hour later, The 3 drunk thugs were brought in. Wang Feng didn't bother roughing them up. He simply signaled his men to wake them. A few buckets of cold water splashed over their heads, and the men jolted awake. "Where the hell are we?" The lead thug squinted, disoriented. He'd been drinking at a bar a moment ago. Now he was here. "I'll ask you once. Who sent you after Feng Yang?" Wang Feng's stare was ice as he locked eyes with the man. "Feng Yang. Never heard of her. No idea what you're talking about. If I were you, I'd let me go now unless you want trouble." The thug glared back, unimpressed. "Not talking? Fine. I have ways to make you talk." Wang Feng turned and walked out. Whatever happened next, he didn't need to see. 10 minutes later, the manager emerged from the factory office. It was Huang Baichuan. He hired them. Is one of the bigger bosses in Island Coast. There are 4 of them, close partners. Never heard the name. What's his business? Wang Feng was more interested in the man's holdings. If this was how he wanted to play it, there was no more discussion. He owns the Shen Group. The other 3 are partners in the same development projects. Real estate again. Fine. Get me their complete files and all the details on the projects they're investing in. Wang Feng wasn't just going to defend his people. He planned to wreck every single one of them, shut them down, leave them with nothing. That was the only outcome they deserved. "Please, let us go. We swear we won't do it again." The 3 thugs, now beaten, bloody and swollen, broke down crying the moment they saw Wang Feng. "I'll let you go. In fact, I'll pay you." Wang Feng offered to double whatever Huang Baichuan had given them if they'd return the favor. He didn't worry about refusal. If they said no, he had plenty of other options. "This is your last chance. By noon tomorrow, I want them in the hospital." With that, Wang Feng waved the scum out. He didn't need them souring his mood. To their credit, the thugs made good on the deal that very night. Huang Baichuan and his 3 partners were all sent to the hospital. One ended up in the ICU. Their bids were already submitted, right? Good, let them fail. Wang Feng's plan was straightforward: seize their assets, claim their developments, take their projects for himself. Anything that could be solved with money required very few words. Back at Huang Baichuan's company, management was floundering. With their boss in the hospital and unreachable, nobody followed up on the tender. The bid failed automatically, and right then, Wang Feng poured $1 million into the project. He wanted the full development rights to that land. "Honestly, I've never done real estate before. Let Li Changyu handle it." Wang Feng knew his limits. He could dominate in most areas, but real estate needed someone who knew the game. That evening, Li Changyu arrived. He couldn't believe Wang Feng had already secured a piece of land within 2 days of arriving in Island Coast. The location and size were excellent. I wondered how many billions he'd spent. Nowhere near that. Island Coast isn't that expensive. Wang Feng explained he'd gotten the land at a price no one expected, including the tender committee, which still had no idea how he'd pulled it off. "Then let's go straight to commercial development. I'll find the construction crew." Li didn't waste a second. A prime site like that had to be developed first, and then the surrounding businesses would follow. Otherwise, it was all wasted effort. Opportunity never waited. In the hospital, Huang Baichuan had no idea how badly things had gone. He never dreamed this was possible. "What?" He stared at his assistant, incredulous. "Say that again." "Boss, our land bid failed. Wang Feng bought it." The assistant's voice dropped to a whisper, terrified of getting fired on the spot. That damn Wang Feng. How did I forget about him? It hit him then, the beating. The land.it was all Wang Feng. The man was going for total destruction. He tried to get up, but his injuries were too severe. He couldn't even stand. Tell every PR department to start damage control immediately and get some smart guys to go cause trouble at the site. But Wang Feng was moving too fast. For the first time, Huang Baichuan realized his thinking couldn't keep up with the other man's actions. I'm guessing he'll try to sabotage our construction, set up barriers and electronic gates. Wang Feng wasn't giving them an opening. No unauthorized personnel would get anywhere near the site. He hired a dozen burly security guards to watch the entrance, highly paid men with nothing to worry about except protecting the area. So, what do we do now? The thugs sent by Huang Baichuan took one look at the setup and froze. Was following orders worth risking their lives? They had to weigh that carefully. Forget it. We're out of here. In seconds, they scattered. After that, no more news pointed back to Huang Baichuan. The disappearance of those people didn't raise many eyebrows. Huang Tianhu was already flat on his back in a hospital bed. The guy had stumbled into the worst luck imaginable. The last thing he would have guessed was that Chen Cheng's real solution was to fight fire with fire. That same day, Chen Cheng sent a formal announcement to every business owner in Yuntai City. He introduced himself and, in passing, made sure to mention his own business holdings. The message was simple: I'm here now, so let's keep things civil. In practice, it was a power play. A way to let them know exactly where the line was so no one got any stupid ideas. Don't you think that's a little aggressive? Zhu Kaiyang asked with a dry laugh. He felt like Chen Cheng was pushing too hard. Not at all. What's aggressive about it? But it'll scare the other predators back into their holes. Chen Cheng told Zhu Kaiyang it wouldn't take long for those bosses to show up at his door uninvited. Why? They'd already figured out the answer. By that afternoon, a group of them had gathered together and arrived at Chen Cheng's place. They said they were there to talk business and explore partnerships. In truth, they just wanted to get on his good side. Mr. Chen, we're all old friends here in Yuntai. Having you join us is a real honor. Their flattery came polished smooth. They praised him while quietly nudging their own status a notch higher. You're all far too kind. Since everyone's here, let me treat you to a meal, Chen Cheng said, flashing a faint smile and motioning for them to follow him downstairs. There wasn't anything fancy on the menu. Just the standard combo from his own fried chicken shop. The only difference was it had been delivered fresh, still steaming, the oil temperature barely cooled. What's this? Song Wuyang asked, lifting a drumstick but hesitating to take a bite. Try it. Tell me what you think, Chen Cheng said, unwrapping his own. He went for the nuggets, crispy, crunchy, and satisfying. Not bad at all. Tastes every bit as good as the foreign chains. Song Wuyang's tense expression relaxed. Honestly, it had been a long time since he'd eaten something like this. Any suggestions? Chen Cheng asked. That was all the opening they needed. Song Wuyang and the others couldn't contain themselves. They wanted to know the franchising terms. They wanted in. This is a gold mine. How much for a franchise? First come, first served. This was their best shot. Only by jumping in now could they leave their mark on Yuntai together. That was how the real profits would roll in. 3 million. Equipment included, Chen Cheng said flatly. The price hadn't changed. It only went up once the window closed. A business like this just kept expanding. 3 million was a sizable chunk of cash, but not a joke. With something this fresh, you wanted in early. Once the market was saturated, there was no thrill left in it. We all want in. You wouldn't mind that, would you, Mr. Chen? Song Wuyang asked with a careful smile, afraid Chen Cheng might lock him out. After all, a monopoly always beats sharing. The pie was only so big. Of course not. Pick your own locations. Turning down money was stupid, and Chen Cheng was no fool. He was broke. After all, he couldn't afford to be picky. With that settled, Chen Cheng shifted the conversation toward business partnerships. Plenty of sectors in Yuntai were still untouched by him. Calling it a partnership was just his way of building a network. If something could make money, he was willing to try it. It reminded him of Liu Xiaolong from Tencent. Except Chen Cheng moved faster. Let me put it this way, Mr. Chen, if you ever start construction in Yuntai, I'll get you the lowest material prices, Song Wuyang offered. He ran a renovation and building supplies business, and not just locally. He had suppliers in other cities too. Same circled, no reason he couldn't lock in the best rates. By the way, keep an ear out for anyone looking to develop the suburbs around this area, Chen Cheng said. Song Wuyang paused. He told Chen Cheng those suburbs were just wasteland. Nobody touched them. There hadn't been any news on that front either. Those plots had sat unchanged for decades. The city had completely abandoned them. Abandoned, not on Chen Cheng's radar. He'd noticed the suburbs the moment he set foot in Yuntai. The main selling point was clear. Flat land stretching in every direction. That alone meant the suburbs wouldn't stay neglected forever. We'll keep an eye out for you. Song Wuyang didn't make any promises. The rumor had no weight behind it, and if he vouched for it and got burned, that would be a disaster. The funny thing was, that single question stirred up some actual news. Somebody couldn't keep their mouth shut. Word of a massive area renovation plan leaked out. Now half the business owners in Yuntai were scrambling toward the suburbs. Their goal was simple: follow the trend and never lose money. Everything pointed toward rivers of cash. The bidding wars had already started. Are we absolutely sure this is a good idea? When they realize it's a smokescreen, they're going to be furious, Zhu Kaiyang said. He could already picture the boss's reactions. They'd probably want to tear Chen Cheng apart. Furious? Maybe. But that last part might actually happen. Chen Cheng said, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. This whole situation was his doing. He wanted everyone's attention locked on the suburbs. That was when he could link up the transportation network. His real goal wasn't opening factories or flooding the market with fried chicken. It was cracking open the transport and logistics channel. Yuntai was sitting on prime real estate for it. If he could connect it, he'd shift sea freight directly to land transport. The entire pipeline would run seamless, without a single gap. He'd already run the numbers. I can tell you're up to something again, Zhu Kaiyang said. He knew Chen Cheng far too well. He could read that mind in a heartbeat. Don't call me out like that. Sometimes I need to work through things on my own. Chen Cheng waved him off and told Zhu Kaiyang to take a walk with him. They headed straight for Yuntai's train station. This area had developed differently from everywhere else. Usually, train stations were surrounded by massive commercial zones. Not here.